Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call to order the regular city council meeting of June 18th, 2025 to order. Ms. Cassandra.
Mayor David Romero,
Here.
Councilor Marvin Martinez,
Present.
Councilor Barbara Casey,
Here.
Councilor Michael Montoya, Councilor David Ulivari.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a quorum.
Councilor Martinez, will you lead us in the pledge?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilor Casey, moment of silence.
Let us take a moment of silence to pray and keep in mind and in our hearts the people who have died recently. Eloy Gonzalez passed away. He is the grandfather of our state representative, Anita Gonzalez. And Mr. Gonzalez was a very kind-hearted, generous, community-minded person who always participated in activities for the community, anything that could help people, he was always there. And I am honored to have known him and to have worked with him, joked, eaten, sang with him. He was just a wonderful human being, and I'm very sad that we have lost him. May he rest in eternal peace with his wife, Nadine, who passed away several years ago. Also, anyone else who has passed away this week, our young students who were tragically killed in a car accident. Keep all their families in mind because we have a lot of people who are hurting, their hearts hurt for the losses that they have had to endure. All this we pray in the name of the Lord. Amen.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Motion by
Second.
Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. All in favor, say aye. Councilor.
On item number 7, Madam Clerk, I didn't receive the information on that item till Monday at 4:30, and the latest version was here in my desk today.
That is correct,
So
Councilor.
is that still abide by the Open Meetings Act?
Yes,
It does?
it does.
So we're not supposed to get that information 72 hours
The
before
the backup
meeting?
information does not have to be included, just the item itself.
The item itself? Okay,
Correct.
So the public doesn't have that information either?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our public input. We have 3 individuals that were signed up for public input, but all of them here are speaking on business item 1. And during that business item, during the hearing, we will call you up at that time, swear you in, and then you'll get to speak at that time. So we have no other public input in reference to anything else on the agenda.
Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, I know that the agenda has been approved, but before we move on to the next item, I'd like to ask if we could move item number 7 to item number 2, business item number 2.
We already approved the agenda. Councilor.
It can be amended or it can be reverted as long as we don't go into the next item in discussion.
Public input.
Yeah.
Ms. Cassandra, what's your take on the?
So I believe you would have to make a motion to amend and then get a second.
And the reason I'm asking, Mr. Mayor, is because it's, that item number 7 is a big item for the city of Las Vegas and its citizens. And I think they ought to be able to hear about it on the discussion and the direction and the action early on into the meeting instead of at the late hours. This is their livelihood as well as ours.
Make a motion, Councilor, and then
Well, I ask for an amendment to the,
So we already approved the
Okay,
agenda.
well, then I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, changing item number 7 to business item number 2.
A motion by Councilman Montoya. Do I have a second? I'll ask one more time. Do I have a second?
So you want to move business item number 7, which is the intergovernmental,
Water agreement.
to item number 2
2 on the business item.
after the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second that.
A second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, moving on to our mayor's appointments, reports, recognitions, proclamations.
I have no appointments as far as reports. I do want to let the governing body know that myself, Mr. Caleb Marcus, and the city manager, were able to meet with the governor's office, particularly, to address, concerns that she had in a town hall on May 28th. That's one of the reasons why, one of our items is on the agenda today. Other than that, moving forward, and we'll get to that topic, so there'll be a lot of discussion, so I won't get too much into that. I do want to state that there is a community cleanup on Friday, and I ask, everybody to show up. Myself and Mayor Trujillo, along with other organizations, are working on a Riverwalk cleanup in anticipation and preparedness for the 4th of July fiesta. So if you can join us, we will have some food donated by Lowe's and Walmart, a hot dog. So if you guys want to come out for a couple hours and help clean up the area and drop by, and we'll put you guys to work. That's it. Thank you. From 10 to 12.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our councilors' reports.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Casey?
Mr. Mayor, I have received several phone calls about noise, racing, and people would like the police department, code enforcement, or whoever is responsible for speaking to people about making noise and, revving their engines as they're driving by or whatever, playing loud music, those kinds of things. We do have a noise ordinance, and some people that have called in to dispatch, find out if they can get somebody out there to stop whoever is making the noises, has been told that the police department doesn't have a decibel meter, and therefore they can't measure how loud the noises are in order to be able to issue a legitimate ticket or whatever, but citation. So if maybe we could find money to get decibel meters or whatever is necessary to help those folks be able to do their due diligence on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Olivari?
Thank you, Ernest. Mr. Manager, how are we doing on, I know we've been working on potholes, but how is the code enforcement working on the city yard, the resident yards? They're really bad, they're getting really high with weeds. I don't know if they're out there talking to our residents or not, I don't know if Arnold or whoever's in charge of code enforcement has got a list of what they're doing, because the part of the west side and the east side of town is pretty bad, run down,
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ulavari, this week I had the opportunity of going out in the field on a few different occasions, but Mr. Marcus, Lucas Marcus, and Caleb Marcus and I went out, and they started the process with me of showing me the work that the city has done in recent years, specifically around code enforcement, and we drove around the city. They showed me various aspects tied to abatement houses and projects that the mayor and council have initiated and supported. And they also discussed the challenges and the facets of code enforcement that I need to understand and that we need to work on more collaboratively to address. And so what I'm going to do, and I've asked Mr. Marcus to do, is to provide me a comprehensive list of those pending code enforcement items that are outstanding. And then we're going to capture those and begin not only continuing tracking those, but bringing back items to council to provide updates by ward relative to what we're seeing in code enforcement. So we are going to plot the code enforcement items by ward, and then we're going to bring back reports to give you feedback on those. As it relates to new requests, we're going to also track those. And then we're going to work to better address the challenges associated with helping our code enforcement team be as prepared as possible to address those requests as they come in and also follow through on those code enforcement actions, which also involve our court and our judge. And so it's a work in progress, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Ulibarri, but that's what I've done and that I'm committed to doing moving forward.
Mr. Anaya. Mr. Mayor, I've been kind of checking out the red tags that the code enforcement puts out there. And I found one house that I hadn't checked out for like 5 years. One house, and they finally tore it down. But this means that when our councilors call or our mayor or you give directions, I don't know if there's something going on there that we're not getting it done, but it looks like you're working on it, Mr. Anaya. And that's what I want to see because, you know, the whole city, all our residents have issues with code enforcement and yards and abandoned cars, and I mean, it looks bad, you know, so. But if you have a list and you can go back to the list and see what they're doing, that's fine with me. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Montoya.
Yeah, I would just like to recognize the Parks Department and the Streets Department, Public Works, Solid Waste Department. I saw we got a new truck in the Solid Waste Department. I hope it stays that clean throughout the whole year. You know, the parks look 110% better than they did a year ago. Even though we've had rainfalls, we've kept up with the weeds. People have been trimming trees along the Gallinas River and also at the Plaza Park and in other parks, and the grass looks good. Took my granddaughter to 3 parks yesterday, so I checked them out, including Lincoln Park, and we had a pleasant time. The other thing is, I did notice that there was a sign missing on Hanna Park since before the construction, and also Lincoln Park doesn't have a sign. I don't know what happened to them. Keys Park doesn't have a sign, but the Riverwalk is looking good. People are enjoying it. There's probably about, on an average day, probably about 60 to 80 people that use that trail, and they enjoy the benches that are there. They walk their dogs and so forth. Schools are getting to go out there and have picnics and stuff like that. I saw the fish being put into the river, which is a good thing. So things are moving along. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors? Councilman Martinez?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to point out that I know that community development has, Lucas, you have the responsibilities for the homeowners. You know, they have so much of their properties to maintain, to keep clean, to keep their weeds down. It's hard. I mean, I've got a big property at my own place, and I have plenty of weeds to share with anybody else, but the real issue is that I've got to maintain what I have, and others do too. I don't know if you want to mention, I don't know the easements as far as the alleyways and stuff, so I just wanted, if you could help me out, bring that up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Counselor. So every week, the city of Las Vegas does have a program on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We usually go ahead and discuss those rules on the air. So it's half of your alleyway belongs to you, and that's your responsibility. That includes trees and weeds that are back there. So you need to maintain half the alleyway. The rest of the way is from behind the curb. In your front yard, it's from behind the curb to your fence line is still your responsibility. So they are out there and they are giving citations to new houses, anything 4 inches and above. When it comes to weeds, they'll talk with the people. They don't go right straight to citation. They go ahead and speak with them first. If they get compliance, then we leave them alone. If not, they'll go back with citations. And in social media, you could already see that the people are already getting cited because there are people already asking for help with cutting grass and stuff like that. And they are mentioning that it's because code enforcement is citing them.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. I just wanted to bring that to light. I have heard it on the radio as well, but there are some people that, pretty much tune into the council meetings. I wanted them to be aware of those setbacks and so forth. So thank you for your information.
Yes, sir, Counselor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next item is our city manager's report. We have our Mr. City Manager Robert A. Anaya.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor and Council, I have another memorandum that I provided to you. Before I get into the memorandum, I wanted to address Councilor and Mayor requests and let you know, first and foremost, that it's been a pleasure to begin the process on the curve of learning the operational functions of the city of Las Vegas. And it's been a pleasure learning that alongside the staff that's in this room and some of the many staff that have started to get the opportunity to learn and meet. But I wanted to articulate that I'm in that curve and will continue to be in that curve, but want to elevate things as quickly as I can, as professionally as I can, in the interest of providing information and feedback to the mayor and the council and the community. And so as it relates to the requests that come in from yourselves, community members, the mayor and others, we're going to begin, as I said to Councilman Ulibarri and yourselves, to document where those requests are coming in from, track where they are going to, and then ultimately come back to the mayor and council and demonstrate where the work is being completed. And so that's still my interest, and we will work collectively to achieve that. Item 7 that was moved now to item 2, this particular part of my city manager's report, I felt it's important to bring everybody that may not be aware in the community in particular as to what we've been doing. There's a lot of things that have transpired over the course of time subsequent to the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. So I worked with our team internally and some of our external partners to do a summary of some of that work as we will then go into a consideration in item 2 for the mayor and council to consider an intergovernmental agreement. We have on Zoom, I believe, a member of or Deborah from the Sulcer Group that's going to join and participate. But I would like at this time to ask Mr. Martinez and Mr. Howe if they would come join me in the front here, because we're going to be utilizing some of their feedback and input as I go through this report. And like I said, I think it's important to provide this background and context to what's occurred as we get to the later item that we'll discuss in its own merits. And so the purpose of this report is to provide a timeline of the work done by the City of Las Vegas post Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak fire. The timeline focuses on the work and efforts connected to potential receipt and reimbursement of FEMA federal assistance resources. The timeline below is not intended to hit every detail, but rather to provide a summary of key factors and events that have brought us to this place. I will also call upon our finance director as necessary as well, if we need clarification, Mr. Madrid. Summer 2022, the City of Las Vegas became eligible to apply for reimbursement resources from public assistance and/or the claims office from FEMA. Summer of '22 to present, ongoing. The City of Las Vegas continued recovery efforts and work related to that effort. May to June 2024, the City of Las Vegas requested proposals for assistance and awarded a contract to Sulzer Group. August 2024, the Viola pretreatment facility was proposed and the process of implementation started. Mr. Martinez, if you could just briefly provide us a brief summary of what Viola is and is intended to do and does.
The Viola pretreatment is a active flow system that is to help with turbidity, remove high ends of turbidity, to help the water treatment plant process the water.
And associated with that plant, what was it activated? When was it activated?
So the temporary pretreatment was set in August, and it had been running from October, November, correct? And we were utilizing the system based off of the high ends of turbidity.
And Mr. Martinez, if you could just speak to the permitting process relative to that system, and what is the connection of the permitting process, and what is the status of the permitting process with that system to date?
At the time, the City of Las Vegas was awarded a temporary pretreatment permit for the Viola system. And now the city is going after a permanent permit due to the fact that we have it now for a 3-year contract. So instead of going for a temporary permit and then another temporary permit, the state just said that we might as well just get a permanent permit.
And we've been just issued another temporary permit?
Yes, sir. So what they're doing now is we just got issued another one, and we're trying to finalize it up because there are some questions based off of some chemical and stuff like that that relate to operations for full-time use.
Excellent. And so if we go July 2024, Dr. Howe, Dr. Kerry Howe was hired by the Sulzer Group to provide expertise and assistance to facilitate and expedite the planning efforts of the City of Las Vegas for the water treatment facility and other work to assist with recommendations on our current system. So a lot packed in that one statement, Dr. Howe, but if you could speak first to the Viola system and then speak to what you have been doing for the City of Las Vegas as part of the process associated with not only proposals, but, and we'll speak to that maybe more in depth in item 2 later, but if you could speak to what you've done in assisting the City of Las Vegas in maintaining and supporting the maintenance of the current system. And if you want to speak to a little bit more so that people in the public maybe understand better the Veolia system itself, if you could touch on those things, I would appreciate it.
And Dr. Howell, if you don't mind making sure the mic is red when you're speaking.
Okay. Yes, so my name is Kerry Howe. Do you want me to give a quick background? Or?
Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So I've been in the water treatment business my whole career. I started out, I have bachelor's, master's, PhD degrees in civil and environmental engineering. The first half of my career, I worked for engineering consulting firms designing water treatment plants. And then the second half, I worked at the University of New Mexico as a professor teaching civil and environmental engineering classes and specifically related to water treatment. In the last couple of years, I've left UNM and now doing consulting, helping municipalities like Las Vegas with water treatment problems. So I was hired in July to assist ostensibly with the long-term improvements, but there's been a number of more temporary things that have come up, including the Veolia system. So the one purpose of the water treatment plant is to remove particles, bacteria, viruses, turbidity from the raw water and make it safe to drink. And after the forest fire and after the floods, the level of those constituents, the turbidity, was substantially higher than it was before the fire. And so the purpose of the Veolia was to remove high amounts of turbidity that the plant had not been exposed to before. As Travis mentioned, it was started up early fall. It ran for a couple months. In December, an effort was made to make the permanent application through MNMED. That has actually taken some time because of multiple permit, back and forth with the Environment Department. It's virtually complete at this point. Did that cover the
I think it does.
Okay.
I think it does. And there'll be some additional comments that we'll get into as we progress. June 14, 2024, the City of Las Vegas requested proposals and entered into contract with Singleton Schreiber for disaster recovery legal services. December 14th, 2025, there was a transition in leadership of city government. Councilor David Romero was appointed mayor. Summer 22 to present and ongoing, the city was faced with post-fire cascading events, and the primary event of June 20th, 2024. And I'd like to go to Travis first, and then I'd like to give Mr. Marcus, Caleb Marcus, and Mr. Lucas Marcus an opportunity to speak to some of what resulted and the work that was done connected to that. We're not going to get into a long discussion, but I do think it's important to note on the record what the city faced and what the city responded to specifically around that event. So Travis, maybe start us off and speak to the challenges that existed associated with the water system and other things that you were directly involved with.
Mr. City Manager, just real quick, December of 2023 is when I took office.
2023 was the mayor's appointment.
Yeah.
My apology for that misstatement, Mayor. Travis, Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I'm gonna start from the cascading event in June, July, and go from there.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, as everybody is aware, and when we had the cascading event of those extreme rainfalls, we had the issue of the overtopping of the dam. We've had the breakage of the levee systems in both Brandner, Peterson, and dealing with those, as well as the water treatment plant not being able to process water due to high ends of turbidity And of course, not being able to process water through the whole time of that, of those issues. We have been dealing with upgrading our system that we have at the water treatment plant. A lot of the system has been outdated, and it's been an issue, not an issue, but it's been a challenge due to budgeting. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but anything in water treatment or wastewater treatment is not cheap. And it's very hard to, and especially it's hard to get equipment because a lot of things are, how would you say it, Kerry? A lot of the equipment and materials have a long lead time. And that's just the way of our economy now. So it seems like we were also working on an inventory list as well, but no matter how much we try to catch up on an inventory list, it seems like you gotta replace parts within parts, and it's been a challenge. And so far, I mean, as far as it goes to right now, the city of Las Vegas has been stable. There are some issues that we are dealing with. We are moving forward in the process, and Kerry Howe has been able to help us out, gathering information, data, as well as helping us get other consultants for other types of work that need to be done at the water treatment plant. And really the biggest issue of water and wastewater is availability.
So, Mr. Martinez, if you could speak specifically to the responsibility that we have under the regulatory responsibility of the Drinking Water Bureau and the state of New Mexico, could you speak specifically to the interaction constantly when you meet
Sure.
with the state and who's present and what's discussed? And then also speak to the running average, the annual average
Oh.
testing.
Yes, sir. So that's another challenge that we have. Coming into the role, I contacted the Drinking Water Bureau, and I asked him if we could start having more and more meetings, so that way we can pretty much be on the same leveling field. Because anything that you do to water treatment plant, it has to go through Drinking Water Bureau for approval. Or if it doesn't need approval, they need to be aware of what's taking place. So during all of these times, we were actually meeting with him 3-4 times a week, Kerry. You know, it gone to a whole where we were meeting with him every day. And now that we've gotten past a lot of these issues, we are meeting twice a month. And of course, now we're gonna start meeting once a month. But as it comes to the Drinking Water Bureau and stuff like that, any change, any deviation, anything like that, it has to go through them for approval. And even if it doesn't take engineering, they still want to know what's taking place. Just like the Veolia, we're going through the whole process because we have to explain that process to them of how it's going to work. And on top of that, you know, chemical, if there's any chemical change, they need to be aware of it for public health and safety.
If you could, Mr. Martinez, could you just tell us who's in those meetings specifically? Who has been, who are some of the people that are in the meeting from the Drinking Water Bureau and our team?
So from the city of Las Vegas, it's been myself, my staff, and Kerry Howe. And the Drinking Water Bureau has been the compliance officers. Last Friday, the compliance officer that has been with the city of Las Vegas retired. So there's a new compliance officer that's come in. I have not met him personally just yet. But he's been one, Joe Martinez. I believe he's the boss.
Joe Savage.
Yeah, he retired. Joe Martinez, he's one of the supervisors there. He's been on a lot of the calls, so we've been meeting. Krista Schultz, she's another one, and I'm not aware of the other 13
fine.
that have been involved. But
It's an extensive group of folks that we are in consultation with on a regular basis. It's our ultimate decision as the city of Las Vegas, but we work directly with them in consultation with them as we're making decisions, correct?
every decision is made by the city, yes, but it has to follow their regulations, so, yes.
Excellent. So then I'll move forward. And do we have Deborah on, Leon?
I am on.
Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm going to get into the next one, Deborah, and the city of Las Vegas expended approximately $8.8 million to offset the effects of the June 2024 event. There are numerous things under that category, and I'm gonna go back to Lucas and Caleb. Just give me a moment, if you will, gentlemen. But Deborah, if you could speak to a few things, if you could speak to what happened associated with the event and how the work we did and some of the resources that we expended. And then you could also, if you would, speak to some of the other projects that you've been packaging that we will need to do final submittals to the state. There's already been some discussions, and then ultimately approval and submittals to FEMA. So I'll give you the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I apologize for not being there tonight. I think the June 2024 flood was a cascading impact that was unprecedented and showed a lot of vulnerabilities with the city post wildfire that were directly related to the wildfire. So as Travis mentioned, we dealt with the dam overtopping, we dealt with high turbidity levels, we dealt with breaches to the levee and the berm. In response, we did a lot of things to help supplement the impacts. We dewatered the reservoir. We lowered the water to a safe level. The administration instituted a conservation plan, which included hauling water, bringing in bottled water. We did repairs to the Taylor wells, which weren't functioning at the time. We did some repairs to the pumps at Story Lake so that we had that as a backup as well. So yeah, there was a lot of money. And then we brought into the Veolia system as well. So all of those costs have been submitted to FEMA and are working their way through the process so that the city is reimbursed 100% in full for all of the impacts that it sustained in June. In addition, I think one of the main goals was to stabilize the current water treatment facilities so that we wouldn't have problems like that, because everyone acknowledged that the new system was going to take time. The permanent system would take time to bring into place. So we also have in front of FEMA the costs that were associated with stabilizing and getting the water treatment plant, the current water treatment plant, into a stable, ready state so that the city could continue to provide water without any problems. So that's kind of the stuff that was related to the $8 or so million that you're talking about, Mr. City Manager. There are several other projects that we have pending with FEMA. I will note that in August of last year, we were successful in negotiating the $98 million payment to the city of Las Vegas to move forward with the actual planning and design for the permanent facility. Would you like me to go on to some of the other pending projects that we have?
Let's go into a few of the larger ones. Yes.
Sure. So I think that one of the main things that has damaged the city is that the current infrastructure, like the water treatment facility, was not built for I'll call it the new normal that exists post wildfire. I think that one of the large projects that we've moved forward with is the Peterson Dam and the replacement of that. We've had many conversations that although that was a capital improvement project at some point in time, it's become now more of a life safety issue, given the overtopping during the June 2024 flooding event. So everybody knows, at some points in time, that dam was overflowed by 6 feet, which is pretty significant. And overtopping of dams is not something that is sustainable. So the other big infrastructure is the wastewater treatment facility, which we are also pursuing a claim for, because of the increased risk of flooding, because of the increased turbidity levels. As Travis pointed out, I think he mentioned, it has created incredible stress on the existing wastewater treatment facility. So it's almost as big an impact as it is on the water treatment facility. We've also pursued and understand that the city will have to deal with these problems in the future. If you ask the experts, our experts have said that could be 10 to 15 years in the future. So we've pursued claims for the debris that's going to eventually or will continue to impact the city waterways, including the drinking water sources at the Gallinas. So we've pursued that as well. We have claims prepared for the increased emergency response issues that the city will face, including as well as increased operating costs and tax loss for some of the events that had to be canceled because of the impacts in June.
I appreciate
Can you guys hear
that.
me?
No, I appreciate that, and I think that provides a good framework of the extent and magnitude of what has been done, but that what's in front of us as well, to continue to seek the projects and the reimbursement for the needed work that has to transpire in the city of Las Vegas. I want to state that although we're gonna hit the surface associated with the challenges that the city's faced, there's a lot of internal folks, including the finance department and others, that did a lot of work, but I'm gonna now, and I'm gonna ask Chief Span if you could pull up a chair over here as well. But I want to give the opportunity of our chief of police, our fire chief, and Mr. Lucas Marcus to speak to directly some of the challenges that they were intimately involved in and dealt with and faced during some of those events. And I'll go ahead and start with you, Chief Marcus.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, thank you. Some of the big challenges that we did face was, of course, the logistics of getting all the emergency planning put into place. You know, bringing in 100 trucks to haul water isn't a small feat to accomplish, and making sure that we had developed roads and areas to dump all that water into that we needed to. Also, working with crews to come in and, as what Mr. Martinez stated, is the levee systems that were broken, and making sure that we're gonna get those repaired on time, getting the logistics for the dam to be drained at a safe rate, to make sure that we're prepped for any future storms. Our bottled water distributions that we had put out during that time, we were meeting with DHSEM on a daily basis and working closely with them to give daily updates, and we had morning briefings and afternoon briefings with them, and keeping them on track of what we were doing as a city to mitigate all the issues that we were facing during the flooding event. I know the event, when the flood did come in, was taxing on public safety. There was rescues that are performed that the fire chief could speak to with his crews, and I had some with my crews that we were able to get trucks into to get stalled cars that were in 3-4 feet of water and the occupants out of those areas. But it was a rapidly evolving, very unstable event for the citizens and for the water treatment plant, and the issues that we're facing up in that area.
Chief Span.
Mayor, Council, City Manager. Chief Marquez is correct. Once the fire was over and we learned what we had to pre-plan for the next 10, 15 years, all of our crews were sent to Swiftwater training. We bought Swiftwater equipment and gear, which totaled about $60,000 through the fire fund. We had multiple rescues we did have to perform, and at the same time, we had to figure out how to do our job, losing one of the most important resources our department needs is water. So we had to buy what they call aerosol suppression devices, or for words that YouTube doesn't like, fire grenades, which are basically devices we can throw into confined space room fire, and it will drop the temperature and suppress the fire and save us about 90% of our water that we would normally use on a fire. There were several rescues. We had several citizens we had to rescue, including 2 city employees during the floods, and multiple vehicles as well in cooperation with our police department.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Yes, both chiefs are correct. It was a pretty dire event that went on. There was long nights of working staff that isn't trained for this type of event. Had to learn new tasks real quick. We're very grateful to both our chiefs who were able to extend their tutelage to advise us on how we should go ahead and get these jobs done. There was late nights setting up beds for people that were getting evacuated, making sure that they had a place to stay, providing them with food, opening up buildings, of course, all night long taking out water, bringing in water, things of that nature that really push the limits of any individual. So once the water came down, it was just a total different world out there. It seemed like almost like a third world country in the middle of our town.
Excellent. I appreciate the feedback, and I think it provides that framework that stagnation was not the theme and has not been the theme at the City of Las Vegas. There's been numerous things and challenges to mitigate and work towards recovery. And so, Mr. Martinez, you had something else you want to add?
I just want to state one more thing. Anything that pertains to the water treatment plant, it's regulated. The City of Las Vegas, the water treatment plant has done up to 126 tests a month. Those are special tests, back T tests, everything that you could think of. And all of them have all come back absent in all the months that we have been doing this. And I just want to say again that everything at the water treatment plant is highly regulated. Any deviations, City of Las Vegas has to respond. Just like how we're going through with the active flow and stuff like that. So it's might be on the city's decision to make that, but they are highly regulated every time any change is made.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. December 2022, we greatly appreciate the diligence and the work of our United States Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who helped us push through and secure the $140 million specifically for the water treatment plant for the City of Las Vegas. August to September 2024, the MOU was entered into between the City of Las Vegas, DH, SEM, and FEMA. January 2025 to present, ongoing work from Dr. Kerry Howe and the City of Las Vegas continued planning of conceptual pathways for a facility, including a new plant option and an option for a modified plant with new components. I'm going to leave that as a placeholder because Mr. Howe is going to speak specifically to where we are at relative to the city and our work under the item 2 for consideration relative to the intergovernmental agreement. 2024 to present, the City of Las Vegas has continued its coordination and its regular meetings with the Environment Department through the Drinking Water Bureau, connected to the sanitary surveys and the administrative orders since 2024, inclusive of city staff, state staff, regulatory staff, city consultants, and including Dr. Kerry Howe. January 2025 to present, the City of Las Vegas has had 2 full quarters of water compliance connected to our approved testing protocols. Can you just speak to that? Specifically, Travis, if you could talk about the about how the running average affects our water quality over the course of a given year?
So right now, that's going back to the administrative order for the total, the TOCs, total organic carbon, and the byproducts. They do quarterly testing, and the city of Las Vegas is, basically, it's all on the running annual average, and the running annual average is based off of your 4 quarters of the year. As it stands right now, am I correct on saying that right, Carrie? Because I know that there's.
Quarterly, yeah.
Yeah, so, as it goes right now, the city of Las Vegas has met 2 of the quarters for byproducts and TOCs. But just because we're in compliance does not mean that we've reached the running annual average, because we still have 2 more quarters left of the year. And this is all based on the administrative order that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. February 19, 2025, the City of Las Vegas is awarded the Presidential Award from the New Mexico Water and Wastewater Association for the most updated plant in New Mexico for the year 2024. May 30th, 2025, subsequent to a meeting that, the town hall meeting that the Governor Grisham had in the City of Las Vegas, the mayor requested a meeting with Secretary James Kenny of the Environment Department. June 12th, 2025, I remitted a letter along with the mayor to the governor that I will read into the record under item 2 before and as we discuss the proposed intergovernmental agreement. That same day, June 12th, 2025, a draft was sent to the full council that was provided to us that day, June 12th, regarding the intergovernmental agreement that's been discussed by both parties, and amendments have been proposed and made. That same day, June 12th, the mayor, myself, and Mr. Marcus, as the mayor said earlier, met with 12 individuals from the governor's cabinet, including council, including cabinet secretaries, including leadership from the governor's office, all June 12th. June 12th to June 18th, today, most recently, within the last few hours, multiple drafts have been distributed between the state and the city of Las Vegas. June 18th, 1:15 was when we got the final draft with some of the amendments that we then have passed on to the city council. And we'll have a discussion later in the agenda to discuss that particular agreement. The city continues to improve and maintain its current system in coordination and communication with the state regulatory requirements. The city is appreciative of the collaborative efforts of all the stakeholders in the community and the region. In particular, extra efforts are noted from Senator Ben Ray Lujan, Senator Pete Campos, Representative Anita Gonzalez, and Representative Joseph Sanchez. The city looks forward to continued communication with the rest of the federal congressional delegation, and we hope to expand their participation in the recovery efforts in the city and this region, and including San Miguel and Mora County. If agreed to by the mayor and the governing board, we look forward to a collaborative process initiated by Governor Grisham and her leadership team to advance the planning, design, construction, and operation of a water plant to serve the needs of the city of Las Vegas for years to come. We, the staff, and the city of Las Vegas, along with the support of our professional advisors, will continue the daily work towards recovery and all it entails in the continued effort for clean water at the top of that priority, list. Mayor and council, I wanted to take the extra time to provide that background and and framework. I know there's gonna be questions now, possibly, and as well as, and in addition to later under item 2. But I wanted to provide the framework, and I now would defer to any questions or feedback that anyone might want to add. And I guess I would ask yourself, Mayor, to provide some feedback and context because of the direct involvement that you had in many of the things that were noted in the context of this document, along with counselors as well.
Thank you, Robert. I think, to the people that are, watching and both here in person, I think it's important to note, based off of what's transpired in the last month, it was important to let the public know what we have been doing and how we have been working in efforts of addressing the issues that we've been dealt with, particularly to the water treatment plant. And I think that we haven't done enough of a good job in communicating that to the public. So, this is one of the efforts that we're making with your leadership, Mr. Robert. And of course, within the governing body, we all know, what we have done, and I don't think that we've tooted our horn enough on that. As you mentioned, we've gone through a lot. We've had, going back to 2020, issues with our water treatment plant. A lot of effort has been made within this governing body and administration that, let's take care of, let's keep this system going and keeping a reliable and safe drinking water to the community. Of course, we've had Mother Nature that has thrown some roadblocks to us, but, we are doing the best that we can. In regards to, the meeting with the governor's office, we know that, there's things that state government can help us, hurdle through a lot of issues that we know in our particular MOU that we had signed with FEMA, that we had set some guidelines that they agreed to. But I think one thing that I could agree on is it's been frustrating for our community that it's not fast enough, that timeline. So I think working collaboratively with the governor's office and having them partner with us as we move forward, and I won't go into details because I know we'll get to that topic, but I think there's a lot of things that, sitting at the table with them, with all our partners, that we could really, really work at a faster pace to get our water treatment up and built. I think we're all on the same page on that, but I think, moving forward, we want to work collaboratively and not have a disagreement on, on what we need to do to get things done. Again, I think we have done not great enough effort in communicating the positives that we've done within the water plant, especially what Kerry has done, Travis, what your staff has done, and the consultants have done. We've done a lot, and of course, it's frustrating because we can't, I get it, I totally get it, that we haven't moved as fast as everybody wants, but we want to make sure as we're getting things done that we ensure that whatever product that we pay for and ultimately build will sustain us forever. Another, and I keep saying this, is that, I totally, am supportive of, the plant that was being designed back then. But the June event changed everything. And, we basically had to do a reset on that. And I think that's the most frustrating part, I think, even in the government's eyes, is that, hey, well, you guys had a plant that you guys were developing and then you just stopped. It wasn't that we just stopped. I think based off of the science and the data that, our experts are telling us, we would have come into some issues to deal with, the aftermaths of the 2021. So I think we're being very safe, I would say, as far as how we're proceeding and not jumping and just building any system that, you know, we build it and it's not going to sustain us and we're probably in a worse position than we are today. So I just want to say that, and I'll go ahead and open it up for questions that councilors might have. Councilors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor?
You know, sure, Naya, thanks for the update. I think that that's good for our community. I think that there's a lot more that happened that is not being noted. And, you know, through a crisis, a lot of things happen. And some of them not planned, some of them unexpected, and so forth. On my comments, I don't want to be negative. I think we did a good job coming through out of it, especially after other crises that we've had in this community. But I do want to point out that that Viola plant, to me, hasn't worked half the time. That's the reports I've been getting. And it hasn't worked or operated since December, up to date. And the cost of that plant is $22,000 a week, which is $528 million that we have thrown out the door, not using that plant. And it's similar to the one we had at Story Lake for a year. The state paid for that, but again, we never used it. 40 acre-feet of water went through it, and 400 acre-feet downriver because of the contractor's faults. The purchase of water, questionable. I mean, I've learned through the finance committee that we don't have $10 million to pay for that water, and it's not refundable through FEMA. So utilities or the general fund is going to have to cover that money, or we're going to have to find that money somewhere. Is it necessary? Absolutely. Could have we done better? Absolutely. Invoices, we're still behind on invoices, a couple of months on the work that's being done. The investigation, we haven't heard anything from it. The public is still waiting. And I think sometimes we ought to ask, what did we not do? What could have been done? And I attribute my comments to the lack of staff and individuals that could get this project going. We only have one director, really. And I've asked for a project manager. We hired a project manager, and guess what? The project manager is now the director. So that position has never been filled. And we should have another project manager for other projects, like roadways and parks and other construction, city hall and so forth. I mean, we don't have enough people. We beat our employees to death, our directors to death during this crisis. They were doing work out of their scope, but they came together and they did it. And that's why I think that we've fallen behind on this treatment water plant. And that's only a part of it. Understand that the other part of it is the delay in permits. I mean, we have no control over the delays of permits in Santa Fe. Penalties and fines that were given to us in 2022, I mean, this mayor and council really didn't know about those fines till the last, well, probably the last 6 to 9 months or so. And I'm glad that they got taken care of and the whole works. But I will have some other questions for item number 2 on the agenda pertaining to quality of water and the fines and so forth. So those are basically my comments. Again, I appreciate your report. I agree that Viola system needs to go also. I'm not the expert, but that's my opinion, because I don't think it has been working for us. And the director can answer to that if they want to, whatever, but it don't matter to me. I think our system, like the mayor said, Needs a lot of planning and design because we don't know what's going to come from down the river, in the Guaymas River, today, tomorrow, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. We don't know the quality of water. We don't know the current of the water. We don't know if the vegetation will be coming back. We don't know if it's going to snow in the next 20 years to have water coming down. So that's why we need to look at other alternatives, and I've asked that we start looking at storage tanks, enlarging our storage tanks and putting new storage tanks in different areas, one in the northern part of the city and one on the west side, because of our system, the way it works. And also that we would look into getting some wells done. If we hit dry wells, we hit dry wells, but we explore. But one thing for sure, I don't want a system that's going to be a regional water system. And that needs to be related to the state, because we don't have the sources for that. But again, I want to thank the staff and prior administrators for dealing with the water crisis and dealing with everything that we had to deal with. I mean, I think it was amazing that we came out of it. I mean, I know people are still suffering from the fire. People are still not back in their homes, and it hurts. I mean, when I go up to the ranch and I went up to Panda Reyes this last weekend at the Big Brother, Big Sister golf tournament, and it's a mess. It's so sad. It's sad. And that's what I think sometimes FEMA doesn't understand, is that it affects us mentally, physically. We can't go fishing the spots we used to go. We can't go hunting the spots we used to go, and so forth. But for us to be paying $7 million out of pocket and get zero back in return as of today is unacceptable also. I think the system needs to work a lot faster for us. We don't have an open checkbook, like I've said before, and I don't know how much projects we can have before any money starts coming in. But I agree that, and I'll wait for item number 2, but I agree that we need help. I mean, we need help. And those departments, those agencies have the assistance that we need to move this forward. And I'll talk more about the timeframe and so forth, questions that I have on that item. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilors, do you have anything on this, or do you know?
I'm going to wait until we get to item number 2.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Mayor, if I could briefly respond to say this, I will not be afraid, and I think I demonstrated that in the last meeting, to bring forward those difficult things that are not positive things that we need to address and deal with. And so I'm committed to putting those challenges on the table, working with our internal team and our partners that we have as professionals that consult with the city to address those challenges head on, and not do it independent of the council and the mayor, but do it in a coordinated fashion, communicated to the council and mayor, and get the appropriate direction and guidance as necessary from the mayor and council as it's deemed appropriate within the governing rules of the charter. And so I appreciate the feedback, and we'll continue that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our next item is our police chief's report. We have our police chief, Mr. Caleb Marcus.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. This is going to be the police chief's report for the month of May. Starting off, our field operations division, we had 185 traffic citations issued, 2 non-traffic citations, 280 parking citations, 26 arrests, 67 animal control citations, 3 burglaries, and we had a total of 1,404 calls for service for that month. We also had Officer Lucas Lucero, who was taking his oath of office on May 15th. And we also had 2 graduates from the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy graduates as well. Our communications division had a total calls for service of 1,613. 1,404 of those were police, 193 fire department, 178 AMR, 63 animal control calls, city calls for service for 42, and out of those calls for service, 736 of those were 911 calls. Our beginning shelter count for dogs, intakes only, these are live cats and dogs only, was 55. Dogs, 11 cats for a total of 66. We had 5 adoptions of dogs, 1 for cats for a total of 6. We had outgoing transfers with other organizations and community coalitions of 7 dogs. Outgoing transfers and coalitions, community coalitions were 19 dogs. We had 2 returned to their owners. We had dogs and cats that were euthanized, 5 dogs, no cats. Treatable and manageable was 1 dog, and died and lost in shelter care were 4 cats. Those were kittens that were picked up. We had an ending shelter count of 95 dogs, 19 cats for a total of 114 animals in the care center. 22 dogs that were received via court order. That's what did raise our capacity this month. We are experiencing overcrowding in there, and we've been working with our PIO to put out statements to the community for to come in and adopt animals, or even to help foster some of these animals. Our records division, they closed out 79 reports, 38 traffic crash reports, 534 citations were processed. They attended to 110 customers, scanned in 247 documents, and completed 23 IPA requests. Our street crimes division had 15 cases that were assigned, 51 self-initiated, made 17 arrests. They served 2 search warrants and closed out 4 of those cases. Evidence seized by the investigators were 17 fentanyl pills last month. Evidence entered into our evidence division. We had 75 cases in, 112 items were turned in, 7 property items were released, 29.1 grams of methamphetamine, 30 Suboxone strips, 8.27 grams of cocaine, 1 fentanyl pill, and 100 oxycodone pills were also taken. And he also completed 154 IPA requests. Our travels, our 2 cadets, Fernando and Pablo Lopez, both completed their New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy to Santa Fe, so they won't be traveling back and forth every weekend. 2 police personnel attended our law enforcement coordination in Albuquerque. These are for our TSB grants and how we manage them. We had Sergeant Tafoya attend the Intoxilizer 9000 instructor class in Albuquerque, and Lieutenant Latalo attended electronic site patrol instructor course in Clovis on May. Our grant operations, 2 selective traffic enforcement operations were conducted on the following dates, May 15th and May 26th. We had 2 seatbelt citations and 4 other citations, 1 for uninsured motorists, 3 for speeding, for a total of 10, and 4 buckle up traffic citations were also, operations were also conducted in the month of May. We had a total of 6 safety belt citations, 21 other citations, 4 uninsured motorists, 9 speeding, 2 cell phone, for a total of 42 citations. Our recruitment, we had 6 applicants are interested in vacant positions, 5 uncertified, 1 certified police officer. We had 3 applicants interested in vacant positions within our communication specialist department, and 3 applicants are interested in animal control officer. We also attended community events. We had 2 certified police officers, like I spoke about, at the academy, Pablo and Fernando Lopez. Fernando Lopez is the son of one of our lieutenants, Michael Lopez. That was a pretty awesome achievement for him to make, and to be part of that presentation with his father there watching him. We also had National Police Week, which was May 11th through the 17th. Mother's Day concert, May 11th. Final call and retirement celebration of LT Lopez, sorry about that, was held on May 21st. He did complete his 20 years and is preparing to retire. And we also been participating in the Friday Night Al Frescoes every Friday in the month of May. We still have 1 police commander, 2 police lieutenants, 1 police sergeant, 2 investigators, 1 narcotics supervisor, 1 narcotics agent, 8 police officers, 1 communication specialist, 2 communication specialists part-time, 1 communication manager, and 2 animal control officer vacancies. And that does conclude my report for the month of May.
Counselor Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Marquez, since you oversee the animal shelter, do you have any progress report that you might give briefly on, where are we on the new shelter?
So with the new shelter, we are actually, we went into contract with the Shelter Planners of America, and a scope of work was just signed off on. So we're going to be starting that first phase of plan and design. We've been working with Community Development, Lucas Marquez, to secure property for that. Once we could get all those items ironed out, we'll be able to start moving forward on the design phase of the Animal Care Center. And from my understanding, it does move relatively quickly. As soon as that crew comes down, they're very good at what they do, and that's what they specialize in.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. And just one quick comment on Officer Mike Lopez, who is retiring. It makes me very sad. My first year as a counselor back in 2016, I went for a ride-along with him for a day. And when I got to the police station, he was like, I have to take this lady with me all day long. He didn't look too happy. But by the end of the day, we were getting along great. We had a wonderful day. And what impressed me the most about Officer Lopez is that he had so much respect from the community members as he stopped to talk to them. And there was a young girl at one of the school districts who had attempted suicide that day and refused to speak to anyone. And he got out of the police car, went over, walked to her, sat down with her, talked to her. She explained why she did what she did. And he convinced her to get into the ambulance so that they could take her to the hospital, and he stayed there with her. And to me, that was really good community policing, and I have so much respect for him. And I'm sad that he's leaving. I wish that he would stay longer. And I believe that if the other officers are anywhere close to the quality that Officer Lopez is, then we must have a really excellent, excellent police department. And so I'm proud to know him. And I hope that he stays in Las Vegas and continues to be just a wonderful community member and citizen here in his hometown. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just on that one, Lieutenant Lopez did put in 20 years with the Las Vegas Police Department. All his service was with the city of Las Vegas, and he did it all on the patrol side of the police department. So 20 years on the streets every day is a huge accomplishment for the lieutenant.
Councilor Montoya.
You know, Chief, you said you had 1,613 calls of service,
Yes, sir.
and you have how many officers?
On our patrol side, we have about 18 officers now.
18 officers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's the hourly rate that an officer gets nowadays?
It just went up with the last contract agreement to $30 an hour.
$30 an hour. Okay. Well, let me just say to our citizens of Las Vegas, you know, you do pay taxes and you do deserve public safety. But I'm going to throw it back at the city of Las Vegas and its citizens, and not throw it back. I'm just going to say, you know what? Help us out. Do your part. This mayor and council, when we came in, I think it was at $16 or $18 an hour, the salaries. We have picked those up to $30 an hour. And it comes with a 20-year pension plan. So this council and this mayor has done their diligent duty to try and recruit and bring people to Las Vegas to be our good officers. How many did you hire this last month?
This last month, we had Lucas Lucero, Steven, he's not on there, but Steven Sandoval, and then we also have one finishing up a background investigation as well.
Well, I'm asking the citizens of Las Vegas to encourage their family members, their cousins, their primos, even if they don't live here, to come and be a police officer in the city of Las Vegas. It's a very rewarding job. It is a risky job because you never know if you're going to come back home or not at the end of the day. But, you know, we're really trying to have a good force here. And the best part of it all is you'd come and work for a good chief. You have a good boss that cares about his department, cares about the community. And I tell the public, push, and you can be the recruiting officers for us. Because we've tried left and right. Our HR department has tried left and right. We'd have different functions throughout the whole year, trying to recruit. So please put the word out there that we still have 22 vacant positions in the police department, and there's work available for you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Olivari?
Thank you, Chief. On animal control, you got a 67 animal control, and then on the bottom you have incoming calls, 63. Is that only for cats and dogs, or is it everything to do with code enforcement?
That's just for cats and dogs. We could only enforce on cats and dogs, and then anything livestock related, we'll call livestock or game and fish, we bring them out. But that's just for cats and dog calls.
Mr. Manager or Mr. Chief, what kind of permit do you give the residents if they carry 5 or 6 more dogs or 10 dogs? Do you give them permission or you give them a permit to have that many animals on their site?
I don't think there's a specific permit, but we do seek compliance with them. Well, that's where we'll start working with them. Of course, our shelter is at capacity, so we try to be very careful on how many animals we do take in. Oftentimes, when we do seek those issues, bringing them into compliance, they do end up surrendering. Oftentimes, we might have to go to court and get them to surrender the animals, but we do seek compliance, but we are very careful with the number that we do bring into the care center, because we are pretty overcrowded right now.
So your code enforcement officers that are going out there and they're looking at some resident that's got, say, 6 or 7 dogs. I'm not sure if they're asking for permits or they're asking for permission to have that many dogs in the premises, but this little small town is full of animals, dogs. Early in the morning, they're out there barking at each other. It's normal for the dogs to do that. But what I'm trying to get to is there's residents here that have more than 5, 6, 8 dogs in one resident. And I don't know if the city's taking care of that, or your code enforcement's taking care of that, or they're giving fines out, or I don't know what they're doing.
Yes, sir. If it does get to that point, we do issue the citations. By ordinance, they are able to have 4 animals outside and 2 inside the residence. So those are also things that we'll look at when we get called to those.
Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Chief, do you mind touching up? I know you've done a few, blitzes or trapping can you kind of explain what happens during trapping that you've started doing on these wild packs?
Yeah. So last year we had a pack of about 18 to 20 dogs that was roaming around in the south side of town. Rodney Perea, one of our police officers, was also a former animal control officer who was working with Leroy Ortega, our animal control officer at the time. We did purchase traps, and what we started doing was doing selective trapping in certain areas to try to bring down those numbers in the packs. And we also we were able to trap 1 complete pack of dogs from the time we started trapping in about November till current. The trapping operations will continue as soon as we are able to lower the number of animals that we're receiving into the animal care center. Right now, we have about 32 dogs that are on court hold that were seized. They're not. Some of them are from the same case. Some of them are related to the same case, but a lot of them are different. And we only have 32 kennels within the care center, so they are stuffed to the max and making sure that they're keeping the animals safe as well as providing shelter for them.
Councilor Casey?
Thank you. We passed a animal shelter ordinance last year. I can't remember what month we did it, but that does require permits. And so I'm just wondering if there was, I don't know if people know about that, but maybe we could put that on the city website so that people can read it and know what they have to do in order to make sure that their animals are, being taken care of the way they should be. and that they are in compliance with the ordinance.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, with that too, we did receive junior bill funds. A lot of that is education. B's working right now to make pamphlets to hand out within the schools. B's taking a very proactive approach to try to getting that information out as soon as we could. And the good part of that is going into the schools, that's kind of where you get your best information up to their parents, is educating them. And we did host some classes before the school ended with the Animal Welfare Coalition on animal safety. And I think with the strong initiative and push, we'll be able to get those across with the mandatory microchipping and permits licensing for their pets.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess, Chief, just one last question. You had 3 applicants for animal control officer. How soon can we get one of those guys in to help Ortega?
Sorry about that. As soon as we could get some of that paperwork processed and background completed, yeah, we're going to make that push to get them hired as soon as we could. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next on the agenda is our finance report. We have our finance director, Mr. Morris Madrid.
Good evening, Mr. Madrid.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight's report will be mostly good news. One item of concern that Councilman Montoya brought up earlier. Within the general fund, the good news is we've already exceeded our expectations on the revenue side, especially in our gross receipts. In all areas of gross receipts, we are way over our projections, and we are conservative in our projections. So we're at, in overall, 110% of our budgeted amounts through the month of May. You'll note all the gross receipts line items are in excess of 100%. The largest one, because we did not expect the investment earnings that we have, is within local and miscellaneous income. That's where we place our investment income with the local government investment pool. On the expenditure side, we have one anomaly in the finance department. We're showing that we're close to 100% expended. We have to do a journal entry there. We had a payment for health insurance that wasn't processed properly through the system. Those are very, very time sensitive. So we made the payment from the finance department only. We have to do a journal entry to distribute those charges. So that'll be an adjustment that you'll see in June. Overall, you'll notice that compared to our 110% collections and general fund revenues, we've only expended 77%. That also includes the money that was transferred among departments at mid-year and into general services. Those continue to be expended as of early this week. So the savings are being put to use. You will see some smaller projects around town that are being completed, even in the finance building, landscaping up front, vehicles, furniture, those kind of things. Most all the departments are benefiting from that. So our general fund is going to end the year in very good shape. Going on to the enterprise funds. In general, the enterprise funds look good. They're within expectations. We generally budget what we see to be maximum. For example, in the gas department, while we don't meet the expectations in revenues, they don't happen on the expenditure side either if we have a warm winter. The one concern that I do have here, and it is not related to operations and is not related to disaster, is in the water fund. The water fund is where we have been paying for the bottled water that was attributed to the emergency in February at the water treatment plant. That has caused the water fund, the fund balance to be projected right now, you don't see it on this report, to be negative almost $5 million. I have in front of me some invoices for the water that was actually hauled in that add up to another 4.6 that haven't been paid. They haven't been paid because we haven't verified the deliveries. We have a stack of tickets that we need to compare to the billings to make sure that we're paying for what was delivered. The concern is we need to find a way at the end of the year not to show a negative balance. The first option that I've discussed with the consultants and with management is that any reimbursements or any funding that we receive from FEMA prior to June 30th goes to make the water fund whole to the extent possible. The second option, if that doesn't happen, is that we request and receive, and I believe it's already been requested, a document that shows that we are going to collect some money from FEMA so we can record an account receivable that we will collect after the year. That's important for our balance sheet and the end of the year financial statements. The last option, and is not an unusual one, is to record interfund loans between the water fund and other funds that have healthy fund balances. It won't be an issue. It is affordable. That is something that we would have to bring to council for approval. So those are the options, that's the condition and the options for the water fund. The cause of it is primarily the February event. Without that, this fund would be in real good shape. So that's the concern in the enterprise funds. That's really the only concern throughout the entire budget of the city. Moving on to the recreation department, we're going to see that.
Mayor? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Madrid, I think I want to stop you and just ask a clarifying point relative to your recommendation. And I want you to expand upon the reality that the reimbursements or lack thereof from the federal government have a direct correlation to the impact of our budget. I'll restate it that way, correct?
Correct.
And that in recent weeks in particular, we've more than stepped up our coordination efforts to help mitigate reimbursement. Answer that first.
Absolutely. We've been working with the Sulzer Group directly. As a matter of fact, one of the first meetings we had, we actually showed them how if they needed to, if we didn't have the staffing available immediately, they actually know how to pull supporting documentation from our accounts payable records. And we've provided over 600 or 700 pages of documentation for every expenditure, every check written related to emergency expenditures.
So my apology for interrupting you earlier. What I was going to add to that is as we request reimbursements, with or without the agreement that we're going to discuss later, we're responsible to not only submit the reimbursement to the state of New Mexico for their review and ultimate approval before they will submit and remit that to the federal government, so that our communication has improved internally and in coordination with our contractor, but we have to enhance our communication with the state of New Mexico so that we're lockstep with our submittals on reimbursement to be able to get the necessary approvals, to be able to get the reimbursements back, to have you be able to balance our books for financial reporting requirements. Is that an accurate statement?
That's absolutely correct. We have to satisfy both, not just one or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Madrid.
Thank you. Moving to the recreation department, we haven't met our expectations either on the revenue or the expenditure side, and it's been due to lack of activities. While we've seen a big change in that, and I know that the director in that department has a lot of plans to expand the programs even during the summer, they're not reflected here yet. There's a delay always between the planning and the execution of the programs and the collection of the revenues. So while it's a concern, it's on an upward trend in both activity and revenue collections. So this is maybe something to fret about of what happened in the past. We don't see that continuing in the future. Within the lodgers tax fund, we have seen a slight drop in the recording of the revenues, but it seems to be a delay in the lack of lodgers tax payments by lodgers. So while it hasn't been recorded in our books, it has to be forthcoming. We have a couple of lodgers that are behind on their payments. It's really not an issue. It's happened before. Even if it were a trend, our lodgers tax still, the revenues still exceed expenditures. So even if it were a trend, it's not a concerning one, but it is not a trend. It's just it's a lull in our collections. On the, within the cannabis fund, the execution of the plan for the acquisition of Parks equipment has taken place. They have acquired a truck and other equipment that was requested and approved from the governing body. You don't see it on this report because the payments have not been made yet. They have to go through the purchase order, receive it, invoice, payment. Those you'll see in June. And I believe that Mr. Rudolph has fully met his expectations in acquiring all the equipment that he needs. Within the opioid fund, here you will not see a lot of expenditures until next fiscal year. This will be carried over. We did execute the purchase order for the ambulances and gurneys, and our police chief has submitted requisitions for purchase for some of the equipment that's needed by the police department. The ambulances for sure will not be received by July 1, and a lot of the equipment for the police department won't be received either. So it's okay, these funds are carried over anyway. We'll just reestablish the budget in the next year.
Mr. Madrid, just on that, is that due to the lack that the units weren't in stock? Is that-
Well, I'm not sure, but I know that the lead time or lag time, whatever you want to call it, when you order an ambulance is significant. It's more significant for fire trucks, but I guess maybe the chief could give you a better answer than I can. Mayor and Council, I apologize. I briefly updated Mr. Madrid this morning that we did a change order today for the ambulances to be delivered for $7,200. With everything that's been going on the last 2 months, I was unable to come before y'all and get permission for out-of-state. Those ambulances should be here within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And we do have invoices, and we're ready, once we receive them, to take payment, the invoices to Mr. Madrid.
Thank you.
Thanks.
When the AMSs are coming. When the AMSs are coming. Yeah, this.
In the FEMA fund, the
The EMTs are coming in.
this is a budget for both the 98 million and the loan proceeds from the state. These funds have been fairly quiet lately. We've gone more into operational than emergency. There is still some expenditures being made for emergency initiatives that, for items that have just taken a while to be addressed from the last June event. There is nothing of concern there. The final part of the report is our cash report and investments. It's pretty much the same. We've gone over $3 million in revenues in the local government investment pool, and we plan on transferring more money into that pool. I need to actually update our signature forms for Mr. Anaya, because it does take his authority. And our current yield, the percentage keeps rising. We had expected it to drop until around December. It's actually rising from 4% to 4.3%. So our yield is going up. And we do leave the investment income in that same fund, so it compounds and it earns investment earnings on itself. That concludes my report for this evening. If you have any questions?
Mr. Casey?
Mr. Madrid, I don't have any specific questions on what you just reported, but I do want to know where we are on the final budget. When will we get a copy of that? When will we meet to approve it? Have you addressed the huge salary increases that, you know, the $21,000, $18,000, $17,000? And those that didn't get any salary increases at all or had their salaries lowered, have you looked at all of those things?
I have a report for you that Dominic has generated. They're by position. They don't have employee names, but they have the analysis that you need to show previous compensation increases, current compensation, and comments as to how we got from there to here. And those are by position. And
Okay,
I'll get those
and
to you.
At the last budget hearing, you stated that those salaries, those huge salary increases were already being paid?
Some of them, yes. Yeah,
That's
they
not
were
really
actual.
legal, and they can be changed because DFA allows that. So I trust that you will make those changes and get everybody where they need to be. And, you know, do everything you can to make those more equitable and justified.
Counselor, in response to that, I actually would not have the authority to change people's compensation, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do once it's granted to be taken away. The charter says that the manager and governing body have the authority to set compensation. So for every one of those increases, there is a recommendation from the director and approval from the city manager. Not the city manager, but the city manager.
Mr.
But-
Anaya?
Perhaps that's something that needs to be reviewed prior to getting that final budget to us.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Thank
We
you.
do budget by position. And to answer your question, we have been accepting additional requests as directed by the city manager to incorporate changes into the final budget. What I anticipate, and I'll be requesting from the managers, that we have meetings with the department heads to coordinate those requests and kind of vet them so that they can be brought forth to you in the final budget document, which will probably come to you in the last week of July for your review. If it can be scheduled to have a work session sooner than that, that would be fine. It's basically going to depend on making changes to certain portions of the budget is not an issue. The issue is the final budget requires that all of our cash balances be reconciled completely. If those balances impact the following year's budget, that may limit what we can do. For example, in the cannabis fund, we reduced our cash significantly by all those expenditures. So we cannot budget past what our projected collections are going to be. So that's where we are. Practically, I see us sitting around the table for the next few weeks, trying to determine what's appropriate to present to you all, that we can actually sustain.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Anaya? You wanted to?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Casey, and members of the full governing board, I committed in my last report, and I will commit again, that we will conduct the review you requested relative to personnel policies and procedures, relative to the framework of our charter. And if there are legal aspects that were not followed, I will seek legal feedback and input to make sure that any and all adjustments, increases to salaries were done in accordance with city policies and procedures. Whatever that is, I will convey to you. If there are discrepancies, I will note those discrepancies and then work to mitigate those discrepancies. So I'm absolutely committed to do that. Relative to the budget and the final submission, I also committed to assure that we will have discussions internally with departments to assure we're in alignment with what requests were made in the meeting associated with the frustrations associated with part of the budget. I will make sure that before it comes to full council, that we will go to Finance Committee to review that final budget before it comes to City Council. I wanted to note that I had the opportunity, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Casey, and all of you, I had the chance to go to Finance Committee the other day to introduce myself and appreciate the chairman and all of the Finance Committee members. And we have a Finance Committee member here present today, Mr. Witters. I'm committed to continuing that engagement. I'm not going to engage to do the work of the finance director, but I'm committed to assuring that there's better and more communication between our finance director and all parties involved, including myself as the responsible party for the operations for the city of Las Vegas. So more to come, but I did want to note those on the record and in response to your specific requests.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Montoya.
Yeah, well, Mr. Major, I guess you can relax a little bit now. The Finance Committee won't beat up on you too much.
That's okay.
Thank you for going to our Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Manager. Mr. Madrid, how much savings did we have on the vacancies last year?
I can give you
Rough.
an estimate of almost $4 million.
$1 million. And to my understanding, within the last month, the city of Las Vegas bought 8 vehicles, 4 of them which came in yesterday or today. Was that funding allocated for vehicles, or was it just in the general fund?
It was originally intended for building improvements and renovations. It was proceeds from the mid-year budget adjustment that was done. But because of the timing, a lot of those projects, they couldn't be executed by the end of the year. So the funding was transferred within that same framework, capital outlay, to acquire the vehicles.
And at whose discretion was that?
That was based on our, the former city manager's initiative, just kind of carried over to our co-city managers, and that was, I think, a co-decision.
And
Hold on, Mr. Anaya, you had.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montoya, I signed off and approved on those vehicles based on upgrading the fleet and providing those improvements that I feel are necessary to make sure that that our staff and our council and mayor have the ability to travel in an appropriate manner. I ultimately did hear the recommendations came prior and from our co-managers, but I supported that and believe it's a good expenditure of resources given the age of the fleet and replacement. And I think as we progress, I can commit to you that we need to be more advanced in our planning to make sure that all players are notified, most especially Finance Committee and ultimately this mayor and governing board. But I did make that determination based on looking at the age of the fleet and looking at an opportunity to help upgrade the fleet for the benefit of our staff and the work that they do on a daily basis. So I accept responsibility for that, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Montoya.
Thank you. So what's the balance of it?
Overall, we may have $50,000 left.
Okay. And could have that been used, that funding could have been used for that water, to pay the water?
With the approval of the council, yes.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave it at that. On the water, when you already got invoiced?
Yes.
And when was that?
I got the statement last week.
Okay. And how long do we have to pay it?
We have 45 days to pay.
Okay. And so you're going to be working on the 45-day to bring it back to mayor and council with a plan?
Oh, no, we'll just process the payment and cut them a check. The liability exists and the authorization is there.
And you're getting the funding from where then?
It's going to have to come from the negative balance in the water fund. Because it's not an emergency-related expense.
That's going to be an audit finding by the end of June?
Um,
How can you
I'm not
say-
sure, because it's an emergency expense, that kind of mitigates our normal process. It will not mitigate a negative fund balance if we have one.
You've said various times that you cannot send in a budget that's on the negative.
No, we can't.
So it
But
comes
we would
from other
not-
funds.
Well, there's two different things. Next year's budget, absolutely, we cannot send in a projected negative balance. The audit finding would come from if we end this year with a negative fund balance. Not
Mr.
next
Anaya?
year, but this year.
Mr. Manager, you had.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Montoya, and Mr. Madrid specifically, I do believe it's within our auspices to do a budget adjustment request to help facilitate accommodating expenditures to avoid disbursement from a negative balance. Wouldn't that be an option for us to evaluate based on available balance from vacancy savings or somewhere else?
Well, within the fund itself, it cannot be negative. If we do a budget adjustment, it would have to be accompanied by inter-fund loan agreements that would need to be paid back.
But
That's our last
Mr. Mayor,
option.
Mr. Madrid, we do have that option as a governing
Yes,
entity to
absolutely.
do that, to remain whole.
Yes,
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
The thing is that, we're borrowing from Paul to pay Peter, and the water fund should never be that at zero. And cost savings are down to $50,000, so that's not gonna cut it. And all I'm saying is that, did you ever get notice or advice or anything, asked for advice on the purchase of the water, or if we had the money?
we just got directives from the city manager to establish purchase orders for both bottled water and water to be delivered by tanker. That was our purpose.
So on 45 days, you should be paying that bill,
Yes,
okay?
we have to.
And we're gonna rob Paul to pay to Peter,
If you want to put it that way, yes.
okay? Thank you.
Well, let me clarify, because whatever we do, if we do interfund loans, they need to be paid back.
Yeah.
So it's a loan, it's not an expense absorbed by another fund or another department, it would be a loan.
And it can't be a loan from the general fund.
It can be,
Or it
yes.
could be.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Just for clarification, he made a statement there that I think wasn't right. The $50,000 savings wasn't from salary savings. I mean, the balance wasn't from salary savings. The salary savings is still there.
That's what he said.
No, I'm speaking
No.
to the balance of the funds, 1.8 million that was transferred at mid-year. Of that money, there's about $50,000 left.
That was on the
That-
salary savings.
That one budget adjustment. And all of that savings came from salary savings between July and December.
But the $50,000 was what was left from building.
Yes,
That's the 50,000.
Yes.
You're combining the two.
yes.
Just, yeah, because I think he confused the two. Counselor Ulibarri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Morris, we have a 2% minus on your summer fund program. What happened to that program? Did it go down the drain, or your directors didn't follow through, or?
I don't think it existed last year. It exists this year. So the revenues for this year haven't been collected yet because the program isn't in full swing yet. So that summer program revenue will show up in next year's report.
Thank you. Mr. Anaya, I know it's nice to have brand-new vehicles for our police department, but if you just started as our city manager, and the thing is that I've been sitting on this chair for a while and looking at the potholes on the west side and the east side, they're bad. I don't mind spending $500,000 or whatever we need to supply new vehicles to our officers, but we just gotta start looking at the rest of our city because it's really bad. You know, and I live in the west side. I drive through those streets every day, and I don't want to continue telling you this and that because, you know, I've been talking to a lot of people for the past 3-4 years about it. We need to look at that. I'm fine that we can spend money in other projects, but, you know, we got to start looking at our streets too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, councilors.
Mr. Mayor, I'm Mr. Madrid. I just have one question. We're basically at the very tail end of our fiscal year. Where are we with the balance on HUD? What's owed with, you know, the housing that what is our
We just
current
continue
balance?
to make the annual payments.
What is the balance in the annual payment? Can you,
I think the annual payment is 150,000. I'm not sure what the balance is. I couldn't give you an accurate number. The reason I believe that it's in payments and has not been paid off fully, even though we can afford it, is because it's interest-free.
no, and I understand that. I just wanted to get an idea where we're at. Maybe.
I'll get that exact
Maybe there's
information to
some way
you.
that we could find a way to maybe clear that balance up so we can consider housing down the road. That's what I'm getting at more.
That's an option, Counselor.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe you can get more information for next meeting or something.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilors, any more? All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our next item on the agenda is approval of minutes for May 28th and June 2nd, 2025.
This time I'll entertain a motion for approval of minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the minutes for May 28th and June 25th with minor corrections.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Ulibarri. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our consent agenda, I have 6 items. If I may read them into the record, please.
Yes.
Item number 1, request approval of a memorandum of understanding between the County of San Miguel and the City of Las Vegas. Item 2, request approval of a memorandum of agreement, amendment number 1 between the County of San Miguel and the City of Las Vegas for ARPA funding. Item 3, request approval of a professional services agreement, amendment number 1 between the City of Las Vegas and John Arnold for Las Vegas site for fiscal year 26. Item number 4, request approval of a professional services agreement, amendment number 1 between the City of Las Vegas and Michael A. DeMarco. This is for the PECO site for fiscal year 26. Item number 5, request approval of a lease amendment number 1 between the City of Las Vegas and the San Miguel del Vado Land Grant Committee for fiscal year 26. And the last one, item 6, request approval of addendum number 2 to contract 398423 with Sauter Miller and Associates for design services on sewer repairs and replacement projects.
Mayor,
Councilor Casey.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the entire consent agenda as read into the record by the city clerk.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Councilor Montoya? Yes. Councilor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilor Casey?
Yes.
Councilor Olivari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Councilor Casey, a second by Councilor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Moving on to our business items. Our first business item is to conduct a public hearing and consideration to uphold or overturn the Design Review Board and Board of Adjustments decision to deny the application submitted by Tony and Jeannie Rubin. We We have our Community Development Director, Mr. Lucas Marquez, and if I can ask that we go into public hearing.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion to enter a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter into a public hearing for consideration of the application submitted by Tony and Tony Rubin.
Motion by Councilor Casey. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari? Yes. Counselor Casey? Yes. Counselor Montoya?
Yes. Shouldn't have to read this.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. If I may have all those in the audience, and those individuals that wish to speak on this item for the public hearing, stand and raise your right hand. Under the penalties of perjury, do you swear that your testimony this evening is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and we will call one at a time up to speak, and please mention your name for the record when you speak. Thank you.
And also, if you could add, when you come up to the microphone, make sure you tap it and make sure that it's red, just so everybody online can hear also. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may ask, how many minutes are you allowing for each speaker?
Typical public meeting, 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Lucas, did you want to go ahead and speak on the item?
Yes. Yes, I would. With your permission, Mr. City Manager, if it's okay if I present from this chair so I could go ahead and call up my staff to take up the 2 chairs in the middle.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Scott and Charles, if you guys would please come up. Just a little bit of a background, Mayor and Council and Mr. City Manager, in regards to this case. We got it was a few months back, we got an anonymous call about a legal structure going up at Carnegie Library. I just so happened to be in the area, so I decided to stop there and I spoke with Mr. Rubin's contractor. Unbeknownst to me that Mr. Rubin was also there, but as we started talking, we spoke there and I said, well, why don't we get into the office and so we get you guys permitted? So we started going down there. I had staff was already looking into the area and doing their due diligence. We were given some pictures of some metal poles that were put up in the drywall in the front part of the property along the fence line. Getting over here, staff had already done their due diligence and advised me that, of course, setbacks are going to be an issue. Little as we started digging in more, we found out that the house was actually within the Federal Registered Historical District. And it's recognized, that has its numbers, has its story behind everything, was in the packet for you guys to go ahead and read. So we advised Mr. Rubin that day that we'd have to hold up and not move forward, not move backwards, to see what we can do about getting some approval from the Design and Review Board. They went forward and did their application, went to Design and Review Board, and was ultimately denied. And they did do their due diligence on their side and found that there was an appeal process, and they appealed it to the Board of Adjustments. Again, they came forward to Board of Adjustments with the same information that they had, and was again subsequently denied. So they now are at the final reach for the designer for their historical part of the project, and they're coming to council to get final say. Now, let me just be clear on this: is that this is for the historical aspects of this structure. It still would have to go back if it was overturned and council would agree to it. It would still have to go back through a process of planning and zoning for a variance because setbacks are not met on this property. I'm going to turn it over to staff for any questions because they did handle the case further, but I'll also be here to back them up if they need any assistance.
Mr. Lucas.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned the Federal Historical District.
Yes, sir.
Just for the public's view and entertainment, what is that and who puts that in place and who oversees that?
So whoever sees it is SHPO from New Mexico, state of New Mexico. So we go through their historical advice, and they're the ones that have the maps and all the justifications. If it's a prominent structure, if it's not, they'll tell you about the description of the house, what kind of facade is built out of it, and stuff of that nature, sir.
And that goes from all along 5th, 6th, 7th Street and also down
Douglas and down through the plaza, right?
Yes, sir. There's certain, yeah, state and federal districts, yes, sir. And federal's a lot more broad. Again, we're a community of 900 registered historical buildings. And, you know, so they're everywhere. And I don't think the Rubin had any ill intent. They just probably didn't know. It's not really known, you know what I mean? So, but it is on our records, and we have to go ahead and move forward with what we're supposed to do, which is safeguard our historical districts.
One last question for you.
So when a real estater sells a home, do they disclose that? Or it's not part of the,
I'm not 100% sure, but I would say they would disclose it, but I don't know if you'd have to ask that question.
okay.
You'll find out whenever you do, let me know.
I can, Councilor Montoya. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
You're real estate. You know what, that's actually a pretty decent question to ask Mr. Scott Zunker, our city planner. He is a former real estate agent and still has his actual real estate license, so that might be a question, good answer for you.
Mayor and council, they should, but do they? That's up to them. I have encouraged, we went to the Board of Realtors last month, I believe, at their meeting. We did discuss a lot of things in length with them about our historic districts, about our business license, about our zoning clearances, and we did discuss that they really need to look at the zoning issues. And I would have to say that maybe in the past, they didn't think of that as much. Hopefully going forward, they will. I have, again, was in the Main Street meeting last night, and the president of the Board of Realtors is the vice president of Main Street. And I did emphasize it again last night in their meeting because of some projects they were talking about. So we've emphasized it to them, but it is up to that individual broker as to what they do.
Thank you.
And we'll stand for any more questions if you'd like. If not, we could go ahead and,
Let's go ahead and take the public input right now. Ms. Cassandra, if you don't mind.
Yes,
Is there a
ma'am.
list to
Sign
sign
down
up
for
for?
now.
There is not a list, so if each of you can come up one at a time to speak.
And Mr. Leon, if you don't mind putting on the timer for us?
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Lawrence Quintana. I am a member of the Design Review Board. And I just wanted to first give a few facts. This particular home, 822 Fifth Street, is one of the homes within the Library Park District. It was built in 1896. And it is what's called, it's one of the homes within the district and has an impact on the entire historical nature of the district. I did look up, the Design Review Board was started in 1975. It's 50 years old. And one of its purposes was to preserve our historical heritage, architectural heritage within the city of Las Vegas. And one of the questions that I was asked just recently, what is preservation? Preservation are decisions made by the society of the people living in Las Vegas. So it's done by our community, by our members, and by the governing board who represents our society. One of the things is the proposed structure that is being placed in front of the building does not fit the architectural quality of the nature, and it also affects the lines of that particular district. If you look at all the homes in the document you were provided, you can see that there are no structures in front of the homes, and the parking that was provided for those structures were at the side of the home. And so that's just one thing. We did mention that as a possibility, they might put a structure in the rear of the home. We did find that during a lot of the open hearings that they actually have a garage that's there. That was not provided during the first open hearing that we had with the Design Review Board. But I did want to say that that particular historical society, historical district, the park has missing buildings there. And one of the things that it states within the study was that they really try to take the pivotal buildings and the linkage buildings and make sure that they maintain the historical nature of that park district. And so any buildings that go in there would have to enhance or replicate and be modeled to incorporate. This is new construction we're talking about, and we have to be very careful that new construction doesn't alter the historical nature of this district, and this particular structure would, and because of the materials and the design. And that's basically all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and accept public input to 3 minutes, and then, council, if you guys do want to ask more questions of those testifying here in the public input, then we could get to those. Go ahead. Next.
We have the next person come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Esperanza Pacheco. I am also a member of the Design Review Board. During the open hearing, we did discuss options and, alternatives to the porch that was already being built. It was discovered within the planning meeting that there wasn't a permit in place for the structure being built. So in our guidelines that are provided for us, there are certain materials that we are supposed to be using when we are restoring or adding on anything to these historical buildings. The materials that are currently being used, there's a concrete slab, and there's also metal poles to uphold the roofs and things like that. It's in our guidelines that they are supposed to be materials that are already used within the resident. It also talks about different ways that they could add on to porches or maybe restore porches and things. It talks about utilizing the backspace. It talks a lot about our street, what you can see on the street, what's visual from the street. Also, it talks about the majority of the residents being exposed, right? Like the design that you'll see that the Rubins provided for their porch, it does cover most of the residents. So it does say here that it does need to have more of the residents exposed than what it does of the actual porch. I can list the different materials and things that it is recommended that it is being used for the porch. I do believe that the Rubins didn't intentionally do this. I think, like the design board does want to work with them as well too. It's just that they didn't know that they needed to apply for a permit. They didn't know that there needed to be certain requirements that needed to be of the building structure. So I think maybe going back to ground zero and, planning together so that way they can see the guidelines and see what they need to do. Being on the board and making decisions and, expressing our concerns and following these guidelines, it's hard to do with the residential property. None of us want to say what you should be doing or not doing with your property, but it's our job as the Design Review Board to preserve the historic culture that we have here and our historic buildings.
Thank you.
Can we have the next person come up that wishes to speak?
Welcome.
I've been here.
You don't mind making sure that...
Sorry. I respect all of you. I've sat here at this meeting.
Excuse me, please state your name for the record.
I'm John Little. I live at 812 Fifth Street. I have an 1800 Queen Anne Victorian that I love. I have spent many, many thousands of dollars preserving that because it doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the community. It's as fine as a structure as you will ever see. Built by people that cared, designed by people that cared, and it is a showplace. People ask me all the time, can we tour your property? I have opened it up to the public twice. The problem that I see with Las Vegas is that we don't appreciate the culture and the beauty that exists in this town. It's a marvelous town. You, gentlemen, are in charge of maintaining this culture. You're in charge of assuring that we move forward. There's a lot of business items that you're dealing with, and I appreciate that. So many business items that would require your time and expertise. This does not require your time and expertise. We have a legal process that defines how to go about doing a structure. It's called hiring an architect, doing plans, doing a plot plan, submitting it, and before you build, you know what the particulars are. These individuals build first and ask the questions later. They have not done it once. This is the second time. If you go in the back where the garage is, that garage was built without a permit. What does it mean to build without a permit? That I don't recognize the laws, that I don't accept the responsibilities of being a community citizen? What happens when you go to resell that building? Are they going to disclose that they didn't get a permit? What about the property taxes that haven't been collected? You're sitting here saying, where's the money coming from? They have not paid any property taxes. What happens when a society breaks down, when you have individuals that are put in place, design review people, experts, that have been trained, that have gone to school, that have been educated, that have certificates, that belong to a society that says, hey, this is how we restore and maintain the dignity of this town. You people are now asked to supersede that and then decide what has already been decided by the experts. And I challenge you to say, is that what I really want to do? If you think you have a lot of time and you open up all these processes to now come to you for final review, you're going to be swamped. I don't think that it makes any sense for you to overstep the boundaries of the experts that have already denied it twice.
Thank you.
May I have the next person come up, please?
Welcome.
We're on. My name is Lee Einer. I am a member of the Design Review Board, and I just wanted to share with you a chronology of what has gone on thus far. As staff mentioned, construction of this carport began without a permit and was basically shut down by code enforcement so that process could be followed. When it came to us, we looked at the proposed plan, and we saw that extended about 60% across the front of the property, going all the way out to the sidewalk. Now, the most important part of a historic dwelling is the facade. It's what people see. And this goes against that, frankly. And so we looked at all of the issues, and we couldn't support it. There was an appeal filed. I should add that we were told by the Rubens that they needed this to protect their 2 cars from the hail, their 2 new cars. Then comes the Adjustment Board appeal, and there was overwhelming public input, much as you just heard, from neighbors saying they didn't want it, they didn't support it. And we came to find out during the Adjustment Board appeal that it wasn't 2 cars, it was 4 cars, and 4 vehicles, and 2 of the 4 vehicles were already in this garage that we had no idea existed, that's in the back of the property. Hearing all of the information, the Adjustment Board also unanimously said no, and I think with good reason. And that brings us to where we are now. The Design Review Board is tasked with maintaining not only the historic character of individual dwellings, but the historic character of historic districts as well. And the Carnegie Park Historic District is an important district. It's, the library itself is rare. It's very important, one of only a few across the nation, and that entire neighborhood is part of it. And we had a duty You know, I realize that you buy a property, you want to do with it what you want to do with it, but these properties are not just the property of an individual, they're part of the collective wealth of our community, and we have to preserve that. We have a duty. And that's just why we decided what we did. That's all I have to say.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Now's the time to come up.
Good evening, Ms. Johnson.
Is there a button, or you just get close? I guess let me introduce myself. My name is Martha Johnson. My husband and I live at 800 Fifth Street, so we're right next to the Littles. We've been there for over 45 years. When we bought our property, we were not told that it was in a historic district, but we had to just look around to find that out. I'd kind of like to piggyback on what's been stated. We were surprised, I believe it was last year, or the year before, when we saw construction of this garage in the back of the Rubin's home. Permit or no permit, it's a lovely garage, and they have access to it from the driveway. They mentioned that they wanted to protect their vehicles from hail damage, and I would like to think that probably everybody in Las Vegas would like the same. We've incurred hail damage numerous times and had our roof replaced like so many Las Vegans, but we also understand that there are certain covenants that go along with living in a historic district. It scares me that there have been 2 hearings already, and they've been denied 2 times, and now they come to you. I understand the progression of that, but it scares me that what goes next. Is this a final say tonight, or will there be another appeal to the governor? I don't know where this goes. You know, I mentioned last time too, I've worked collaboratively with Mrs. Rubin on a neighborhood project. They had something quite unsightly in front of their home, and we worked together to get it removed. So I know they have a good sense of aesthetics, if you will, but really, if you've driven by the home and you've seen these enormous pillars that are out there, it's going to dwarf their home. It's going to, in my eyes, be a great hindrance to the neighborhood and to the history of Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Please come up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Sweeney, and I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Adjustment. And at our meeting that was scheduled for, our regular meeting was changed from Monday, Memorial Day, to Tuesday, and this issue was on the agenda for us as the Board of Adjustment, not as Planning and Zoning Commission. What was brought about during this issue that I could not agree with was that the Rubin's contractor was not a building contractor. We found that he was a welding contractor, and that was what his license was for. The worst part of it is that being in that historic district, I drove by, took a picture of that, of what they had done, and it does not fit in with the district and the historic cultural identity that that district has. And I could not find myself being able to approve that carport. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
The next person will come up, please.
will explain that. Thank you. Hello, my name is Tony Rubin. Good evening, Mayor, Mr. City Manager, and Council. We come to you to request approval of the construction of a standalone 24 by 20 carport and a new concrete slab on 822 Fifth Street. We have followed the procedures directed by Mr. Charles Ortiz, Planning and Zoning Coordinator, by meeting Design Review Board on April 21st, the Board of Adjustments on May 27th. Both boards denied our application. They did not give us any legal justification for denying our application. No reference to any guidelines, standard, ordinance, regulation, law, or rule or law. We were supposed to be provided with a written statement for the reasons for the denial based on the preservation guidelines or standards. To date, we have not received any reasons based on the historic guidelines or standards as to why we were denied. According to Section 200-22, Standards for Review, and Section 200-21 and 200-20, Determination by Review Board of the Cultural Historical Preservation Guide states, a denial of certificate shall include a statement for the reasons for the denial, include references to the preservation guidelines and standards used by the board in reaching its decision. The board shall make recommendations to the applicant concerning changes, if any. No recommendations were made. We received two letters from Mr. Ortiz dated on the 28th and 29th that the Design Review Board and Board of Adjustment denied our application, but there was no written reason listed on any of the letters. Please consider the cultural preservation guidelines. In making a decision for the application for a certificate, the DRB shall be aware of finding a new way to meet the current needs of the applicant. Board shall recognize the importance of approving plans and are feasible for the applicant to carry out. Every reasonable effort should be made to provide a compatible use of the property that requires minimal alterations of the building. Contemporary design for alterations or additions to existing properties shall not be discouraged when such alterations or additions do not destroy significant historical, agricultural, or cultural material and is compatible with the character of the property. During the design meeting, Mr. Quintana said our house was built in the 1870s. The truth is that the county assessor and the territorial title company who has legal records of our house do not have any official records of when the house was built.
3 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
What? Yeah, but the other guy had more than 3 minutes.
If there's more questions, then we could ask you up, but we'll.
All right, sorry. I didn't time it. Oh, no.
My name is Jeannie Rubin. I'm going to finish the statements that he wrote, but I just want to acknowledge that I'm very surprised that there's so much anger in our neighborhood because we do get along, and I have not. This is the first time I hear from these guys, especially Mr. Little. I didn't know he was that mad. But anyways, I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to say that the truth is that our carport, there is no percentage in the regulations that tell what type of a percentage the historic, the coverage should be. All it says that it should match the aesthetics of the porch, and it is going to be Roman blocked columns and shingled roof. We never had a chance to finish the project. Okay, so next, they are going, the only presence, oh shoot, sorry. All right, so on certificate of approval and making a decision on the application of certificate, DRB shall be aware of the importance of finding a way to meet, and he already said that. I am going to say that we have a U.S. constitutional right to protect our property owners, we have a U.S. constitutional right to protect our property, and it is afforded through the 5th and 14th Amendment that guarantees our right to safeguard our possessions. Private property rights are important in our society, and it is an essential part of alluring home ownership. The decision by both boards were biased and condescending. We were told to go live somewhere else in the community, and essentially that we should accept a lower standard of living in our neighborhood. The materials were not provided to us either at the meeting with the Design Review Board. That's new to me. I'm also going to say that the standards do say that there shouldn't be an eyesore or a nuisance, and there is a constructed gazebo right next to me that is not culturally relevant to our area, and that was approved. There are two prefabricated carports that are sit at the IC Church, and there's another carport that was built right catty corner to that. So the standards are different depending on who you are and how you're going to implement these implement the contemporary design. All we're asking for is to respectfully tell us, my neighbors, I'm asking you, give me alternative ways to make sure that we are in compliance with the district design. I do not tell Martha Johnson that she can't put up a big old skeleton that towers over her house and is cluttering her whole front neighborhood with all this muerto de whatever that is. It's really scary for that's an eyesore. It's scary for my nieces and nephews. I don't tell her what to do with hers, but I do want communication with all of us. So if there's a way that we could meet our needs, whether it's retractable, whether it's whatever it is, just tell us, because we still need to protect our property. And for the record, whenever we did build our garage, the city had to move our sewer lines, the city had to move our water lines, the city had to move our electrical lines, we had to move our gas lines, and all of those were approved by the city. They're out there in and out inspecting our project. And in addition, our contractor said he had a contract with the city and he would take care of the building permits. Just like when we got our roof taken care of, we didn't ask the builder, where's our permit? We expect our contractors to do that. And yes, we weren't ill intent on doing this. We depended on our contractor to get this carport done. And I'm not a good speaker, but that's just all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin.
Is there anybody else that would wish to speak on this issue? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So councilors, at this time, do you have any questions of any of the witnesses that testified here right now?
I would like to hear from Mr. Marcus.
Yes, ma'am. So, yes, ma'am.
On those other buildings that Mrs. Rubin mentioned that had been approved prior, how did that happen?
They were approved, they weren't approved through this, through my department. Nothing's ever been brought through our department. We did our due diligence on that. So there was a lot of illegal buildings that go on in backyards. Design and Review Board, their main focus is the front fascia of properties. They don't really involve themselves in backyards particularly. You know, as far as like a garage being built back there, that'd come into your zoning issues, your zoning clearances and stuff like that. So they should be coming and getting any type of permit for any type of construction that's going on in their property. That's pretty much all I gotta say on that part.
Thank you, Mr. Marquez. Mr. Zunker or Mr. Ortiz, I don't know what, well, I kind of have an idea as to what a historic home in a historic district might be valued at. Would the addition of this carport that the Rubins are requesting us to approve, would that possibly lower the value of the properties adjacent to them and their own property also? Mr. Zunker, you're a realtor, if you can maybe give your expert opinion on that?
If I may, in my opinion, and this would be my opinion. Others may have a different opinion. But when you look down that street, all of the homes are set at the same line, same site. And that's one of the things that the National Historic Registry, which is done through the Secretary of Interior, request, and it's also something that SHPO requests. And I think if you have a structure that juts out in front of one property, you have taken away from that line of sight. And I would think that that might devalue the properties that are on that block. I think it would do that. I would say, in my opinion, it would. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know who oversees the Design Review Board and the Board of Adjustments?
Mayor and Counselor Casey, that would be myself.
And so the Rubins also mentioned that they had not received anything in writing saying that they were out of compliance with the rules.
Like, as far as being told, like, what they can and can't do? In writing, specifically, no, but it was stated at both Board of Adjustments and Design Review Board meetings.
Okay, and when they were informed that they were out of compliance, that was not done in writing either? That was just discussed at the Design Review Board meetings, or
So,
how did that work?
So the way it goes is, if you get a denial from one of the boards, our standard operating procedure is to go ahead and write a denial letter, or even an approval letter. We don't, when we do an approval, we don't say they were approved because of this and because of that. Same thing with the denial. If there's something that needs to be found, they can IPRA the minutes and see if they can go back into those minutes and see what's needed to go ahead and get their project corrected.
Thank you. Mr. Zunker?
If I may, Councilor Casey. So during the Design Review Board, which we have several members here, they did offer suggestions, but the Rubins always said that wouldn't work. So there was no suggestion that could be made that the Rubins would accept during that meeting.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Olivari, did you have something?
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Marquez. You did a good job there because here in this little small town that we got people that don't even go for permits. They go do what they want to do. And something like this comes to our table here, and we're looking at this. That's happening to this small town. The planning review board looks at that and tells you what you can do and not can do. But it's something that we need to start looking at, not only because of this, but the rest of the city. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, Councilor.
Councilors?
Mayor.
Councilman Martinez.
You know, after reviewing all the information and trying to understand it best, you know, I know there's the city's point of view and then the historical district and then Design and Review Board. But at the end of the day, all of this is driving a wedge between, you know, the Rubins and their neighbors. And I hate to say that because I'm sure that they didn't come to this meeting expecting, you know, to find out that their neighbors were against or opposing such an item, okay? It's a difficult decision even for us just to make that clear, but I just wanted to, I think the public should know that, you know, without knowing what the finished product would be, there is no way for them to judge on what's being used at this point. It's too early in the game to be able to decide what the final structure would look like, of course. We don't know that. I know the materials used were the two metal pillars. And, you know, again, at the end of the day, I go back to the neighbors. You know, you guys have to live there and your neighbors have to live alongside of you. And I could only hope that something could be discovered between all of that and make sure that he could move forward. It's just a tough decision for this council to be put out there to make. And I know it was denied the 2 times, and I know that the Rubins, really want to get this taken care of. And I feel for them as well. So, I mean, it's a decision that's not easy to make at this end either. So, that's all the comments I want to make. So I just want to bring that to light. Thank you.
Councilman Montoya.
Yeah, I did have a question for staff. So why isn't it part of the process to give justification as to why it was denied or why it was turned down on both boards?
That's the same process for approval or denial, sir. We just have never done it, and we'd follow the examples of the past. So if there's something we got to look at to start doing, we'll go ahead and do that.
Does the ordinance say that you got to give justification for denial?
Like without the ordinance in front of us, sir, we don't want to mislead you.
Process?
So I guess that kind of coincides with the question that I had. So the ordinances that were brought up were 218, 219, certificate of approval, or there's the certificate of denial. So are these letters, are these letters considered sufficient for that?
I'm trying to find them on my file here, so I'm sorry. I mean, as far as records passed, yeah, that's exactly the way they've been written in the past. So there's never been, it was denied because of this or because of that, that we've ever seen. And we've gone back to files, early 80s, 90s, that we've gone back and utilized, and that's what we've been doing. We use examples.
So somebody comes and wants to build a porch, and they don't go through a variance. They want to build it to the sidewalk. And they get denied. They're not told why?
Well, them not being in compliance with the setbacks would probably be pretty obvious. But I don't think we have to write it to them to tell them that that's why they're being denied.
Does it require that?
So I guess maybe we could call in, I don't know if on the record we get somebody from the Planning and Zoning or DRB during the approval. So it does say just include a statement of reasons. So, I mean, it doesn't say written or any, I mean, in my opinion, what I'm reading here, and I'm not an attorney, but were statements made in the Planning and Zoning or DRB meeting as to what the denial was, I guess? Well, let me ask, the board members just for, if they don't mind, or maybe staff knows if, were those comments made that we could?
Mayor Romero, yes, sir, they were made by the board members. What on the reasonings for why it was denied at both boards? And if I may, just the letter when we sent out for the denial, it does state that they do have the option to amend their application back to Design Review Board to get it looked at again, to see if they could come up with ways to make it work. But
So hold on, we'll ask these questions, and if there's more questions, then we'll call you up.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was headed. Is how are people supposed to know what they're supposed to do if you don't tell them why they got turned down? Everybody has rules, everybody has laws. City has ordinances, and we've got to abide by them. And I give kudos to the staff in both Planning and Zoning and Design Review Board for doing a diligent job and protecting the city and its citizens and so forth. But I still feel that somewhere along the line, when we deny, we should be able to tell people why they're being denied. not just give them the options of what they could do. I mean, I even oppose of any board to give advice. And I've seen it time and time and again, where they give advice to people on what to do. That's not our job. That's not the job of the Design Review Board or the Planning and Zoning or anybody. Lodger's tax, people come ask for money. It's not their job to give them advice as to what to ask for, or whatever. I mean, to show them the rules and what it is. So that's concerning and alarming to me.
Counselor, I will add, just reviewing the ordinance, Design Review Board does have that authority to advise.
To advise?
Yeah.
To advise?
It says,
Advising to what to do? That's going into liability.
it's an ordinance.
That's a liability there.
It's an ordinance.
Because if you advise them wrong, I mean, you're gonna be liable yourself. Anyway, but you didn't see where it says that they do have to give them a response as to why not. Why the
It
approval is
doesn't
not
say
there.
written, it just says a statement should be made, so that could be opened.
Okay. Well, it's just alarming and concerning to me. I don't know how people are supposed to move forward. So on your 4 options that you guys gave, do any of those options meet the criteria?
Do we want to bring the board up, since they're the ones who made the suggestions to
You know,
them? We can tell you,
Mayor, Council, if there is other options, then they would have to start the process over again and go back in there and present those options to the Design and Review Board. And if they accept them, then that's something we could talk about.
What was mentioned here is that you gave, the board gave 4 options. What were those 4 options that the Rubins didn't like? And is it possible that they can do it with those 4 options, or no?
that would have to go, Councilman Montoya, that would have to go back before the board. Staff doesn't make that determination. One of the options that I do remember was they asked about downsizing the structure. And then they also suggested, could it be placed in the backyard? And the response that I remember from the Rubins was those would not work. I believe Ms. Esperanza Pacheco might have a better idea of the suggestions made. I know she was in the meeting and she was making some of the suggestions. One of the reasons that the board did give during the meeting was that the structure would cover so much of the house. I believe Mr. Einer mentioned that during his testimony here today. And that comes under, this property is not only in the National Historic District, it is in the city's historic district. So the city's has a historic districts inside of the National Historic Districts. And so that's where it comes into a little more play of, the sight lines and things like that, the symmetry that the Secretary of Interior does request in the historic districts.
So, Councilor, if I could ask this question just to, for the public to know, what entity gives the historic district designation to an area of the city? So what entity gives?
So the National Historic District, which is through the National Park Service, set up through the Secretary of Interior, they designate the National Historic Districts, which we have several throughout the city. And then at some point, the governing body adopted the city's historic districts. I believe on one of your maps that should have been in the packet, you'll see yellow districts drawn out. Those were the city's CH overlays. And then the black dark lines that go through the city, those are the national historic districts. So all of the city's historic districts do lie within the national. And so the Park Service are the ones who designate the historic buildings for the National Registry. Those have to be applied for. So just because a building's not applied to be on that registry doesn't mean it doesn't have significance in the historic district. As far as they're concerned, everything in that historic district has significance. I've been reading this back and forth, trying to educate myself. This all came about during President Kennedy's term. Unfortunately, he was not able to finish it, and Lyndon B. Johnson picked it up and got the 89th Congress to move forward with the preservation in America because they felt like too much of our history was being taken away. And they wanted to preserve the history. And for places like Las Vegas, it becomes a tourist attraction. The historic buildings, people come here to see our Carnegie Library.
I had one question, just going over here, 200-22, standards for review. And I know that Ms. Esperanza mentioned some of those standards. Are those standards the standards that are designated for landmark or historic district by the Secretary of Interior standards for rehab? Are those the standards that you guys were kind of going by?
I think that we have given this to the Design Review Board. We've handed these out. We've handed out booklets that also contain information. We often pull from the Chris Wilson historic books we have three different editions that are here in covering Las Vegas. And we've got several other historic books written by other people. The Secretary of Interior probably goes a little more detailed into some of this stuff, but there's are multiple pages of the guidelines.
I guess where I'm getting at is there is a standard that the Department, Community Development, and the Design Review Board do follow. It's just not,
Yes, sir.
there is a
And
standard.
If I may, thankfully, this governing body put this gentleman in charge of community development, and he has worked with us to educate us and encouraged us to do research and learn. And there might have been things that happened before Mr. Marquez was running this department that there was no control of the current staff. Things may have happened prior. Mr. Ortiz and I attended the New Mexico League of Zoning Officials in Taos a couple of weeks ago. And one of the things that they emphasized to us was, yes, things have happened in the past before you folks were on guard, but you have to move forward and you have to do your best to try to enforce your zoning laws. And some of them may need to be updated. They emphasized that to us also, but they emphasized us that we were not to look back what people did before us. We were to do our own research of our own ordinances, and we were to try to work to move forward.
Questions? Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff, and public present, I think that the intent of the parties involved is without malice, all parties, right? But I think that the Design Review Board and our boards operate under the auspices of ordinances. And I can say that I will commit to you to, in partnership with our teams, take a careful look at our ordinances, in communication and coordination with those boards, look at how we can assure our communication mechanisms are as clear and clean as they possibly can be. And I think there may be, regardless of the determination of the mayor and council today, I think there may be some opportunities for enhancing that communication, for clarity for all parties throughout the processes. And I would commit to do that in partnership with staff, in partnership with the Design Review Board and other boards and commissions, to assure consistency and as much clarity as possible as people navigate the responsibilities and requirements that we place on them. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Any, okay, I'll go ahead and allow Ms. Rubin. You don't mind coming up to the mic and.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to say that throughout this whole document, that I've read over and over, and again, I'm not an attorney, but I do know that there is no restriction for putting up a carport in a historic district. We do need to understand what the criteria is. It says right here, but we haven't been given that criteria. They said 60% of this carport was covering our house. That's not true. I made sure to design it high enough so that it blends in with the roof and that it's going to be shingled roof, and none of the front porch was going to be covered at all. It was going to be visible from the street. I take great pride in my house and preserving the culture of it. I do wish that we could have had a better communication than coming here. I was very surprised we were so popular tonight just for this one structure, and I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings, but we do have a need with the changing climate. We are getting hailstorms that are occurring more frequently, bigger size hail, and this is, I don't know how to not stop all of the claims that I have to put on my insurance every time we have to repair our vehicles. And we should have a right, just like everybody else. Look at those pictures. There's already a constructed one at IC Church. It's a prefab. I didn't want to put a prefab. That would make my house look junky for sure. They would have got mad. Secondly, there's already one that a city council member put on his house, county corner, for a structure that's already on the Historic National Registry. Our house isn't designated on the Historic Registry. It is on a historic district, but it's not listed as a registered house. All I ask is let's work together so we can meet our needs. And I'm willing to, like I told my husband, I'm willing to invest whatever amount of money to make it look feasible, like historical, cultural, anything. Just tell me what we need to do to make sure we're in compliance. Give us the chance to work with somebody to help a contractor, architect to get it done right.
Thank you, Ms. Rubin. Any questions? No? Seeing none, I guess,
On the DRB board. Tony Rubin. On the DR board, when Mr. Regensburg and the others were talking, there were several different discussions on basically on how to build it. And the biggest thing that he said is, if we approve yours, we are setting a precedent. But around the corner, when I found that carport already sticking out, they already had set a precedent in the city of Las Vegas. Whether it was a former, way back, way before we even purchased a home here, even before your time on the board, a councilman had a carport built in front of his house. And that's right next to that picture that I passed around to you guys so you could see that there is one already. The facade of the house is 11 feet. We're gonna make sure it's 11 feet or slightly below with the same pitch as the house itself. So it would not disturb the view of the park, and it would not disturb the view of the surrounding place. And we were willing to work on some things. Esperanza made a point in the preservation is, why don't you make it smaller? Like, because we were asking for 24 feet so we could fit our two vehicles. What she was suggesting was 10 to 12 just for one little vehicle. That would never have fit our purposes, and that's the reason why we said no.
But if we have to, we will just fit one.
thank you. Thank you. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into regular session.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we return to regular session.
A motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Ulibarri. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Olivari? Have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Olivari. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
All right, so now at this time, it's on the table right now. We have consideration to uphold or overturn the design review and Board of Adjustments decision to deny the application submitted by Tony and Jeannie Rubin.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Casey?
I knew that this was going to be a very difficult item to have on the agenda this evening, and I can understand both sides. However, Las Vegas is, practically the whole town is a historic district. Every town in Las Vegas is old. My grandmother's house, the house that I grew up in, was built in 1843. And we had a really hard time selling it when she died because of that. We didn't have any paperwork, we didn't have anything. We had all kinds of hoops and things to go through to be able to sell that property. Other times, when we bought property, when I moved back to Las Vegas, after being gone for a long time, the property that we bought used to be a bottling plant. And so we had a lot of issues with that also. Our neighbors, we wanted to build a wall that was higher so that we could have some privacy in our own backyard. We met with the neighbors. One neighbor told us, "Oh, now we won't be able to watch what you guys are doing in your backyard." So it's like, thank you very much for confirming what we need to do. So all of us, I think, have gone through some kind of difficulty with property in one way or another. And I can understand very well the emotions that have been displayed here this evening. But I would like to make a recommendation, and then I'll make my motion. I would like to recommend that the Rubins work either with the Design Review Board or Community Development Department, Mr. Zunker, Mr. Ortiz, to be able to get a better idea as to what they can do with their property. I understand, trying to protect your property. Everybody has that right. However, I think that we all need to follow the rules, and I would not want to see anyone, whoever they happen to be. I just happen to know the Rubins because I worked with them in the schools. They're wonderful people. I know the Johnsons. I know the Littles I've just met, and other people that I have a lot of respect for. But I really would like to recommend that we do what we can to help each other and to maintain the integrity of our historic districts. We have over 900 properties in Las Vegas that are on the historic register, and that is a source of pride for our community and for the individuals who are associated with those properties. So therefore, I would like to make a motion to deny the application submitted by the Rubins with the proviso that they work diligently with the designated boards, the Design Review Board and the Board of Adjustments and the Community Development Department to work on a project that they can reapply for. And I think that would be the most equitable thing to do this evening, and that is my motion.
Mr. Motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Second by Councilman Martinez. Discussion?
Yeah. So, Mr. Marquez, is that this denial will go back to, the process will allow it to go back to to the Design Review Board?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Montoya, Councilor Montoya, no, sir, this is a final say.
So that motion doesn't count then?
No.
Her motion doesn't stick?
No, because this is a final say. It's already gone through the process of the DRB, and they followed their appeal process to the Board of Adjustments, and then they followed their appeal process to the final say board, which is our city council. So if they do come back, they'd have to come back with a new plan, and then we'd go through the whole process all over again and see if we could get them approval. They did, again, there was statements made of how they could get to their accomplished goal, but there's still going to be zoning issues. The setback issues are going to be another thing for them because they don't have very much room to the front. So their porch was pretty much all the way to the edge of their fence line. So we'll work with Mr. Rubin if he wants to come in, and Mrs. Rubin, of course, obviously, to see how we can help them, but it's going to have to be within zoning processes.
Okay.
So it's still in its infancy. I'll be honest with you, sir. If you guys, like I said earlier, if you guys would overturn the denials, they would still have to go through a planning and zoning issue because they're not meeting any type of setbacks.
But that doesn't mean that it can't come back.
could come back.
They just can come back with a different application.
They could come back with a different type of application, and if going through the ordinances now, that would be that they could have fix their application to try to meet the criteria that was given to them through the Design and Review Board.
And
Just, hold on, we can't take in the audience right now, I'm sorry, but go ahead, finish this.
I'm sorry, sir. So that would be the process, sir. They would start all over again, sir, with new plans.
okay. And you're gonna be changing your process to where you let people know why they're being denied?
So I'm looking at the ordinance of denial of certificate of approval, sir, and what this is talking about is that you have to give them a statement of reason for denial is for the application, not for the actual case. So it's for the application. If they did their application incorrectly and the DRB chair, when they go through it with us, didn't accept it, then we'd have to give them a reason as to why it wasn't accepted, and they'd have to redo their application all over again.
Well, I think that needs researching though.
I agree with you, sir. I think we could research it and make it a lot more clearer.
Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya? Counselor Casey? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Mr. Mayor, we have a tie.
Counselor Casey, you said it best, it's a difficult decision, but I think we have to, as a community, keep the integrity of the historic district. And I know this is a perspective that I know hasn't been brought forth tonight, but it also affects later on for future preservation grants in the future, you know, that if we were to ever be evaluated and we change that outlook, so it's yes to deny.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries to deny. Moving on to our next item, which was item number 7, which is now item 2, consideration and possible action of the State of New Mexico intergovernmental agreement with the City of Las Vegas. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm going to lay out a little bit of a framework as to expanding on what I did in the manager's report and providing a summation of what brings us here today for consideration of an agreement, an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the State of New Mexico. I first want to highlight, we have some representatives here. Rita O'Connell, field representative for United States Senator Martin Heinrich. Stephen Salas, constituent liaison for United States Senator Ben Ray Lujan. Representative Anita Gonzalez, our state representative from District 70. And she was here earlier, but I did want to acknowledge her presence. No, I saw Representative Gonzalez and thank her, but Dr. Carol Linda, president of Luna Community College, is also here, and she left, but I wanted to acknowledge their presence. Mr. Mayor, I think it needs to be read in, the letter that was provided on June the 12th, that was signed by yourself and myself, that was sent to Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. So I'm going to start by reading that into the record. June 12, 2025, dear Honorable Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, we are writing this letter as a follow-up to the town hall meeting of May 28, 2025, and the concerns you and your team raised to the follow-up with the use and expenditure of resources associated with the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak fire. We thank you for your work and commitment to help the City of Las Vegas, San Miguel, and Mora counties, and most importantly, the thousands of residents and their families devastated by the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak fire caused by human hands. We respect your role and the immense responsibility it brings, articulated in the Constitution of the State of New Mexico. We fully and completely acknowledge and accept the reality and the magnitude of the post-fire challenges that exist, known and unknown. We appreciate and respect all of the departments and agencies under your direction and accept a collaborative process to achieve shared objectives of recovery in the interests of the citizens of our region. Challenges are cascading and compounding. We understand that in order to succeed, we must work across all entities, local, state, federal, and private, coordinating and communicating in an organized manner to plan, design, and construct projects directly associated to the ever-changing environment we are now part of. The flooding and devastation that comes with it, along with the frustration and the anxiety of unpaid claims, is an unacceptable reality of life for the people now. This reality is due to a fire caused by human hands under the direction and responsibility of the federal government. The daily threats we face during this time of year is flooding that will continue to damage our water system and other essential infrastructure necessary for fundamental services essential to life. Yes, we recognize the urgency and the need to act, but we also acknowledge the reality of making repairs and improvements at the risk they may be compromised by cascading and compounding events related to the fire. The solution warrants action, but also warrants intentional and constant interface with all parties affected. It is about our people who have suffered and continue to suffer. We do our work in the service of the people of the city of Las Vegas. We will partner with San Miguel County to work through our shared challenges of serving our people. We share the responsibility with our neighbors to the north in Mora County and will work collaboratively with them and other stakeholders like New Mexico Highlands University, Luna Community College, Alta Vista Regional Hospital, Acequia Groups, the Forest Service, Behavioral Health, and any and all people interested in the collective interest of recovery now and for decades to come. It is about the people devastated by an act of the federal government caused by human hands. We are committed, number one, to recovery and all it entails. Number two, to work with any and all who are willing to come to the table, stay at the table, and work through the challenges. 3, to transparency and financial accountability. 4, to serve our residents in accordance with our city charter. 5, to clean water and improvements to our system in accordance and compliance with state standards, requirements of the Drinking Water Bureau, and other regulatory entities of the state of New Mexico. 6, to rebuilding our infrastructure across all areas devastated by the fire and the cascading events known and unknown we face in the coming decades. Request a mutual agreement reflecting our respective roles, yours under the Constitution of the State of New Mexico and ours under the Constitution of the City Charter, of the Constitution and the City Charter. 2, a mutual commitment to better communicate and coordinate our efforts. 3, continued support from the agencies and resources under your direction. 4, your continued support and leadership to hold the federal government accountable for this fire and its after effects caused by human hands. Thank you for your leadership, your assistance, your commitment to find solutions in partnership with local governments, including the city of Las Vegas, and all who are impacted during uncertain times and the challenges ahead. Respectfully and sincerely, David G. Romero, Mayor, Robert Anaya, City Manager, CC Pro Tem Marvin Martinez, Councilor Pro Tem Marvin Martinez, Councilor Michael Montoya, Councilor David Ulibarri, Councilor Barbara Pereira Casey, U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan, U.S. Senator Martin Heinrich, Congresswoman Teresa Leger Fernandez, Senator Pete Campos, State Representative District 70 Anita Gonzalez, State Representative District 40 Joseph Sanchez, many others, the cabinet and others were copied on this correspondence. With that, I would honestly and respectfully state, 21 days in to engaging myself in the business of the city of Las Vegas, 17 days as city manager, although I would respectfully note maybe the expectation wasn't that we would have in front of us a discussion and an actual agreement that originated just a few days ago, last week, beginning with an agreement that was shared with this mayor and council to evolve to today, this moment where we have an intergovernmental agreement before you for your consideration to essentially work in partnership with the state of New Mexico and to provide the resources for the plant, the water plant in particular. Although we didn't envision it in this expeditious fashion, the reality is that it's very consistent with the challenges that the city's faced over the course of the last several years in particular. So what is the agreement? What is the essence of the agreement? This intergovernmental agreement would be between the city of Las Vegas, the state of New Mexico through the Department of Environment, the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Finance Administration, collectively working together on an initiative to speak to mitigating and completing the water treatment plant for and in partnership with the city. So the state of New Mexico would be bringing forward that partnership and working with us to achieve a plant that could continue to serve and will continue to serve the needs of the city of Las Vegas. I'd like before I get into more particulars about the agreement, I would like to ask Mr. Dr. Howe to please come forward if he would to make a few comments. And Dr. Howe, before we get into the text of the agreement and then defer to the council for discussion, deliberation, and possible decision, I told you I was going to ask you to come back up, and I thank you for that. But I wanted you to speak to specifically where are we at as a city from your perspective as it relates to a recommendation moving forward with the water system. What would that recommendation look like, and what would we need to do or should we do from your professional opinion and perspective based on your experience to advance that, if you would?
Yes, thank you. So, starting with the fire in 2022, the city embarked on efforts to make improvements to the water plant, and they contracted with a number of engineering firms to develop preliminary engineering reports on various improvements. And those preliminary engineering reports were done about spring of 2024. The flood that happened in June of 2024, I think, revealed that some of the planned improvements that
were based on addressing fire impacts would not have sufficiently addressed flood impacts. And so the city took a step back, brought me on as a consultant, and I've taken a look through those engineering reports and done an assessment of how those would address the wider range of impacts that the city needs going forward. I've put together a report recommending changes to the path forward that would involve changes to the process train for the new water plant and make additional resilience, changes to how high turbidity would be handled in the reservoirs. And so based on, so essentially there's a change in the path forward. And I think the important thing here is that rushing through this may have led to the wrong answer. Where we are right now is that the next step would be to get a design engineer, a contractor on board to start designing and building these improvements. I think the study portion of it is done. The next step is designing and constructing improvements. To do that, just to dwell on that a touch more, obviously a water treatment plant is a very sophisticated piece of civil infrastructure. To do that properly, you need to have consultants on board that deal with this sort of thing every time. A community the size of Las Vegas is not building a new water plant every year. You build a new one every 30 or 50 years. So you don't have the internal resources to do this kind of project. What you need to do is make sure that you hire consultants who are doing this all the time so that you get that expertise to make sure that the project is done properly.
Well, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Howe, relative to where we're at, could you restate, we are in a position now where it's your perspective that we should advance a request or could advance a request to do a design, build, operate option for the city of Las Vegas for our water plant?
Yes, so I've talked with staff about a number of options for how you would do this. There's various delivery procedures for projects of this size. And what I have put forth as a recommendation to do a delivery method called design, build, operate. So you would hire one joint venture team that would include a design engineering firm, a construction company, and a company that can do the operation of the plant. And that what happens when you do that is that the operation can be directly connected to how the plant was designed and operated. By doing what's called DBO, well, starting with just DB, design build can accelerate a schedule. So it does help things get done faster than to do a design, go out for traditional bid, and then do construction. So design build can accelerate schedule. DBO can also help facilitate the operation portion of this. And I think has been mentioned in the past, finding qualified operators and operating staff is a challenge in a community of this size. So having that connected to the design and construction could offer some real benefits going forward.
Mr.
Can
Mayor?
I add something to that?
Sure, go ahead.
A DBO contract is extremely complex. And so the next step would be to make sure you had a consultant on board to essentially help you write that RFP. You need to write an RFP for a DBO and then solicit bids on that and then write a contract. Those need to be done. They're very long, very complex, and they need to be done well to get a good project. So there needs to be a step of getting what's called an owner's advisor to help write that RFP. But that's where we are right now, is it's time to write the RFP for the design build contract.
Mr. Mayor, Dr. Howe, thank you, Dr. Howe. I appreciate that input and feedback. If there are questions that the mayor and council might have, I'll just defer to them at that point. But I guess I wanted to state a few other things associated with the agreement. I believe, Leon, we have our legal counsel, Mr. Zamora is joining us and is on. Is that correct? Yeah, and I just make that reference point, as well as Deborah Sulzer, who's also available to answer questions. Mr. Zamora assisted us with the communications of raising concerns and helped us facilitate amendments to the agreement that you have before you to assure some essential fundamental components. The primary, I would say, being that the city, from my perspective and my recommendation, would want to maintain connection and contact throughout the entire process if it was the determining fact of the council to engage in a partnership. We would need to remain at the table. And so I want to note that in coordination with Mr. Zamora, we've been able to explicitly articulate that cooperation and coordination component. Before I go any further, Mr. Zamora, could you just speak to that one particular piece and the language that helps to quantify and assure that continued engagement and coordination and communication for this project?
Sure. Mayor, councilors, and city manager Anaya, we did a lot of quick work over the last 3 days, not 3 days, about 4 or 5 days, in which we were presented with a pretty extensive, pretty comprehensive intergovernmental agreement, bringing the resources of the state to the table. And as it started out, it was a pretty form agreement, but there was strong feeling from the city that we just want to make sure. There wasn't an expectation that the city would be excluded from the process, but we wanted some very specific language in there that said that the city would be engaged in the process and continually consulted throughout the process. And that starts up, it's just peppered throughout the document, whether it's in the scope of work, or whether it's in the state progressing through assigning the duties to bring the community a water treatment plant. When they have to assign some of those duties within their different departments to bring the resources to the table, we were able to negotiate language that says, in prior coordination with the city, the state's going to work with the city as they identify the different departments that need the different assignments, first and foremost. Obviously, the city is directly involved in design and implementation, but they don't always have construction expertise on hand. So they're going to have to contract out. And once again, we negotiated in language that there's going to be prior coordination with the city, and that there's going to be notification to the city when contractors are brought to the table. So those are two really good examples of where throughout this agreement, we just reinforced that it's not the state unilaterally, and we don't believe that's really what they were proposing, but the language wasn't in there explicitly that said, we will coordinate, we will work together, we will be teammates in accomplishing this. And I think it was also really important for the city to express through the agreement that, we're just not sitting here looking for handouts and other people to do our work. We want to roll up our sleeves and engage in the work also. And some of the edits dealt with that, not only with the prior consultation, but when we get to the scope of work with the exhibits, we were able to add in language there that says, hey, there are things that the city can accomplish, wants to accomplish, and wants to do on behalf of the municipal citizens. And we want that ability to not only do that, but seek reimbursement through FEMA public assistance funds to help us pay for us holding up our end of the bargain in this project.
So, Mr. Zamora, if I could, I think you walked into the next point I wanted to make, and I wanted you to elaborate on it for complete clarity as counsel associated with the agreement is relative to the purpose. The purpose of the agreement is to establish a collaborative framework for the state's planning, design, procurement, construction, delivery, and project closeout of the temporary water treatment facility and permanent treatment water facility necessary to recover from the damages caused by the Hermit's Peak fire. I think I would like your remarks related to the focus of this particular agreement and that it's specific to the temporary water treatment facility and permanent water treatment facility. Could you speak to that specifically?
Sure. I think the best place to reference that is in Exhibit A, which is the explicit scope of work. So the agreement itself touches on the scope of work, and then Exhibit A is very explicit about what it is. And so in Exhibit A, page 11 of the agreement, paragraph E, it states very clearly that the state of New Mexico shall plan, design, procure, construct, test, deliver, and close out a temporary water treatment facility, and again, plan, design, procure, construct, test, and deliver a permanent water treatment facility. So that is the scope of work here that the state has offered to assist the city with.
Thank you, Mr. Zamora. If you could now speak to the specifics relative to the activities. I think they're clearly articulated, and I think I'm just going to read through the state shall activities. Provide technical assistance and guidance to the city regarding federal and state funding requirements, regulations, and reporting protocols. B, conduct all its procurement in accordance with the New Mexico Procurement Code. C, submittal and reimbursement of documentation to FEMA for public assistance. D, coordinate with FEMA alongside the city to ensure requests for information and additional documentation are fulfilled in a timely manner. E, plan, design, procure, construct, test, deliver, and close out a temporary water treatment facility and a permanent water treatment facility. F, adhere to Part 200 of all federal, state, and procurement contracting cost principles and financial management requirements. G, provide detailed written invoices to the city for costs associated with planning, design, procurement, construction, testing, delivery, and project closeout of a temporary water treatment facility and a permanent treatment water facility. H, with regard to its obligation under this agreement and Exhibit A for the temporary water treatment facility and permanent treatment water facility, receive FEMA public assistance reimbursement on behalf of the city and reimburse the Natural Disaster Revolving Fund with FEMA. This paragraph does not exclude the city from receiving FEMA public assistance reimbursement for its obligation under this agreement and any eligible projects outside of the state's obligations. Specifically, can you speak specifically to that item? That was one of the items that we had requested and asked you to work with the state on the language that we have before us.
Sure. So yes, this paragraph was the biggest negotiation over the last few days. The original form of this paragraph preserved the state's ability to seek FEMA public assistant reimbursement on behalf of the city for all the things that the state was doing. And just simply because the way it was crafted, it could have been read that only the state could seek these reimbursements, only the state would be entitled to the monies. Of course, we don't think that that was the intent. However, it could have been read that way. And so we negotiated language to say, as it relates to your scope of work, state, you can go and seek those FEMA public assistance reimbursements as it relates to your work and the duties under this contract. But there are many other things, again, with the city rolling up its sleeve and doing its own work on related projects. The city preserves the ability to go out and do some of its own work on other projects related to water issues, and the city is still entitled to seek the public assistance funds reimbursements. So again, and someone else can describe what types of projects we're talking about, but we know that there are projects needed that we can apply to FEMA for that are other than the waste treatment plant, other than the temporary water treatment plant. Excuse me, I said waste, I meant water treatment facility. So beyond just those two projects, the temporary facility and the permanent facility, there's much more that the city needs to do to the water infrastructure that may be qualified for the FEMA public assistance reimbursements.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Zamora. I want to go on to highlight the additional work the state will do: conduct design reviews, compliance reviews, programmatic audits, and financial audits of the city's records related to the state recovery fund, serve as the primary liaison with federal agencies regarding the overall state level compliance and reporting, facilitate interagency coordination at the state level to support the city's recovery efforts. I think that item encapsulates one of the gaps that we have noted, that we need a lot more support and assistance to court across agencies that we will need to fulfill our obligations. So I think that's a very important highlight of the agreement. We have responsibilities contained within this agreement. Coordinate along the city, the city of Las Vegas, if this agreement would be adopted, would coordinate with FEMA alongside the state to ensure all requests for information are fulfilled in a timely manner. We have direct pay and reimbursement responsibilities to keep the project moving forward for plan, design, procurement, construction, testing, delivery, project closeout. We have numerous other specific responsibilities to help fulfill and keep the project going. But as noted earlier, the operative point is that we do these responsibilities on our behalf in coordination and consultation with their partnership and with the full resources of the state of New Mexico supporting the delivery and implementation of a water project. I think one of the most important pieces within this document between the two entities would be the last piece that speaks to joint working group. I think if this is something that the council seeks to move forward on. The joint working group says, the parties agree to establish a joint working group composed of representatives from DOE, DHSEM, DFA, and the city. Essentially, all the organizations, the Environment Department, Homeland Security, the Department of Financial Administration, all coming to the table together to meet regularly. The group shall meet, not may meet, shall meet regularly at least once a month to discuss ongoing projects, upcoming initiatives, funding expenditures, and potential developments as needed to review the overall recovery process and its challenges. B, share information. C, address any issues or discrepancies arising from an administration of funds. And D, develop joint communication strategies regarding recovery efforts. So I fully realize that it's a lot to absorb for the governing board, the mayor, and the city council. But I would leave you with this particular thought as you, the governing board, the mayor and council, contemplate questions and then ultimate potential acceptance of this particular agreement. I see a lot of the challenges that have been faced. I saw them as a resident of this community that saw the challenges that came with the fire and post-fire. And as a resident, I saw those challenges and was hopeful that we could ultimately get to a point to work together to deal with the tremendous issues before us. As I sit before you as the city manager, I think we have an opportunity and an option. We have a couple different choices to make. I think the first phase of the agreement, and I think that Mr. Zamora articulated it well, and I don't think there was malicious intent, but it didn't provide enough clarity as to the specifics of how we would coordinate and how we would maintain a seat at the table. I wouldn't have brought this agreement to you for consideration if I didn't think it achieved that end. I think it does bring us to a point of working together with the state of New Mexico, drawing on all of their resources to do the best job we can do collectively. Not we hand over resources to the state of New Mexico and turn a blind eye to what might happen, but that we sit at the table together in the interest of a water plant that can serve the needs of the citizens. So we have an option to stand up and walk away. No, we don't. I think we have an option to stand up. We have an option to stand together and lean in to try and get the issue done together. I fully acknowledge my seat is not your seat, and there are numerous questions and items of clarification that you may have, and it's not an easy determination to make. So at this time, I would respectfully offer that we have staff here that will do our due diligence to answer your questions, and at this time would defer. Mayor, I know you have a lot of history and involvement associated with the matter, as does the council. So I at this time defer to the determination and questions and deliberation that you, the mayor and council, may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I too, going into that meeting, May 28th, there was a lot of concern, and I think following that up with our June 12th meeting with the governor's office, discussion of what transpired and what was said, I think meeting with those 13 individuals was going in there, just three of us from the city against 13 individuals, 3 of whom were legal counsel, reviewing the document, and working with the state. I think we went with good intentions of working together with the state, and that was what we wanted to address is the overall concern from the community and everything that was brought forth at that meeting. And not only to us, you know, our delegation, our state delegation, our congressional delegation, everything that, are we moving fast enough? And I think the beginning of this meeting set up the tone as to what we've been doing all along. Again, not just sitting idle and hoping that things get better just by praying, because that wasn't happening. A lot of work was getting done by, you know, many individuals from our staff to our consultants, you know, in collaboration with the state. But I think after the many days, I mean, basically since probably Friday till up until today, a lot of back and forth. I think reflecting back on that meeting that we had June 12th, which was Thursday, you know, they did have basically their verbal, you know, willingness for us to be a partner, us to work together to get this done to get our water treatment system in a more timely manner, which I think, you know, us internally, we already had that hopes of doing that. But I think, you know, reflecting over, you know, the many days that we've had and going over this document, we've really had an opportunity to really see the resources that, sitting down with the state and the resources that they offer, possibly alleviating some of the red tape and permitting and stuff that we're going to have to encounter that we already know internally that takes time. So I think working in partnership, I think the language that has been worked out between legal and their legal gives us not only a seat at the table, but it also gives us the opportunity to decide what's for dinner. I think that's, you know, that says a lot. There was a lot of back and forth, and Gino, thank you for, I know we kept saying last edit, and we stayed till almost 1:15, but it says a lot of the work that we wanted to make sure that we had a lot of input into what was going on. And I think the state had already, I mean, again, verbally, but it wasn't clear in this document, you know, how much input we would have, and we wanted to make sure that input, that we had it. You know, the big thing here is I think we have an opportunity to work collaboratively with the state to move things at a quicker pace. And at the end, so it gives a surety to the community that, not that we weren't doing anything, but that we're going to get things done faster, and that we have the state's support, full support in moving forward and making sure that everything that we're doing is working with them. So I'll leave that at that, and I don't know if, councilors, you had questions or anything, or?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a bunch of questions on the original agreement, and I just received the new agreement at 5 o'clock, a little after. I did try to take a cursory look at the new agreement, and I wrote myself notes. But I'm very disturbed about this whole thing. I feel like the state is pushing us to hurry to do something that they want, that they initiated, and that you who were there to talk to the people from the state, the 13, 12 people, however many there were, against you three, to push you and to coerce you basically into agreeing to this. And I know that you are all intelligent men. You've been involved in politics and city government for a long time. However, I don't trust the state. And I don't trust it because I was in the legislature for a long time, and I saw how the different governors, the different people that they put in charge of their departments function. And I'm sorry, I don't have the trust that is necessary, I think, for something like this. And so if you will bear with me, some of my questions are regarding the language that was in the original document, but is still existing in the old one. And even the whereases kind of bothered me a little bit. They don't really mean much, but they do. For example, I'll say, like the now therefore, in consideration of the mutual covenants and obligations contained herein, and other good and valuable consideration. What does that mean? It could mean anything. And I know that probably an attorney has that, tattooed in their brain somewhere, but to the general public, it doesn't mean a whole lot. Another thing that I did not like was on the compensation. Part A states in part, the total budget amount payable under the agreement shall not exceed $140 million or the total amount provided by FEMA. That has been changed in the new one that we received today that says, let me see, where is this, part 2, compensation. I don't have a copy with red like everybody else does. I always get the different stuff. I don't know why. Okay, let's see, it says, no, this isn't. I know, but, okay, the city shall fund through direct pay or reimbursement the state's planning, design, procurement, construction, and so on. The total budget amount payable under this agreement shall not exceed. Okay, this has been changed even from the new one that I have. The new one that I have doesn't even have the dollar amount in there. This one does, so I don't even have the final copy. So the copy that you gave me doesn't match what Counselor Martinez has. So it makes it difficult.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Counselor, would you like me to respond
Well, I'm
as
just
we
concerned
go?
about the language because if it says that it's not to exceed 98 million, okay, but one says 140 million and the other one says 98 million and the other one says 140 million. What if we get more than that? What if we get 167 million and they want all of it?
If I could, and then I can defer to legal counsel to help. So one of the things that we did with the mayor and council, and I'll take responsibility for that last document, but we do have some changes that were made. We gave the council each document as we received it, and the last document we got today, and so you should have the document in front of you redlined, associated with the amount of resources. One of the determining points that we had discussion about, and I will say, I'll wait, Mayor and Councilor.
I don't have any red lines, just that one.
So he probably has one of the first ones or second
So how are we
Go ahead.
expected to vote on anything or accept anything if we all have different versions of the language? Anyway, I am happy with the new language that was added, that the agreement, the terms of the agreement are also contingent on the U.S. Congress making sufficient appropriations and authorizations for the performance of the agreement. And on page 4 of the newest version that I have, says the state, in prior coordination with the city, may subcontract any portion of the services to be performed by the state under this agreement. I really think that the language that says in prior coordination with, that needs to be stronger. I think it needs to say the state must coordinate with the city and ensure that the city is notified by the state in writing immediately about such subcontracting. Because again, if the language isn't clear as mud, they're not going to get it and they won't do it. and I'm speaking from personal experience in dealing with the state on some of the legislation that I carried, that they promised to do all kinds of things, and those departments just did whatever they wanted and then wrote administrative code to match the laws that were passed, and the code didn't even match the laws. So I do have some concerns. One of the other issues that I had was what will happen to the city's contract with the Salsa Group? If the state wants all of our FEMA money, where does that leave the Salsa Group, and where does that leave the city? What are we gonna do? I mean, I don't want, the Salsa Group, in my opinion, has done an absolutely marvelous job for the city. They have helped us in so many ways that we cannot even begin to describe or even understand in some cases. And I do not want to see anything that we create, an agreement that we create with the city, with a state, that would do anything to jeopardize our relationship with the Salsa Group or hurt them in any way, either financially or through reputation or anything like that, because I think that they have really done a service for the city and they continue to work tirelessly on our behalf. I just think that there are a lot of unanswered questions that I have on this document, and I don't know if the mayor or city manager anticipated that we would vote on this tonight, but I definitely am not ready to vote on this in any way, shape, or form until I have a chance to see a finalized document that I can read and trust, that isn't going to have 3 other previous documents that don't match the one I have. And so, I'm sorry, I don't want to be rude or anything, but I think we're acting too fast, and I don't understand what the big rush is. I know that we all want to get things going and get a new water treatment plant going, but I don't think that we should hurry up and just jump in at whatever comes at us and say, okay, we're going to do it now. We need time to think about it, to read it carefully, to understand it completely, and to make sure that what we are doing is really going to be for the good of the people, for the good of the city, and that we get what we really need and what we want. Amen. Thank you.
Councilors?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez.
Right now, there's a time frame in reference to this document being handed over to the state of New Mexico? I mean, I know there's got to be some kind of time frame. What I'm getting at is, what is that time frame?
Mr. Mayor and council, and I'll say Councilman Martinez, but I'll say this full council, the time frame associated with moving forward is the will of the collective mayor and governing council. There's a request that the mayor and the council consider adopting this agreement in the interest of advancing the water treatment plan and advancing the work to move it from discussion, this conceptual phase to a collective joint effort phase, but the ultimate approval doesn't come from myself, it comes from the will of the collective majority of the city council if they choose to make a determination. So that rests with you.
And I honestly think that, I think the city wants to be a partner in moving forward, and I don't have an issue with being a partner as well. But a lot of information was mentioned by Councilor, Casey, and a lot of that information is also concerning to myself. That information being where does the SOSA group sit at the table at this? Possibly even our attorneys, where do they sit at, with this, moving forward? I know that Gino has worked very hard on this document. But to be honest with you, this document is one of those documents that it doesn't have plain English, okay, number one. So plain English doesn't have any meaning to a lot of people in our community because for me, I have a hard time understanding all the detail in it. Of course, I think we need to have some kind of collaboration with the state of New Mexico. I think there's a lot of good benefits for that, the permitting, maybe getting things done at a more relatively higher rate of speed. But, I also attended that meeting that was at Highlands University, and I was kind of disappointed with the meeting. I'm going to be honest with you, 100% disappointed. We've never stood still and did nothing. Even though we may have big bills in reference to water that need to be paid within 45 days or so forth, we have an obligation to our community to make sure that water was not interrupted. And, we brought in tankers of water, we gave them bottled water. We did everything in our power to maintain our community to get through the crisis. I don't know if there's a big push at the state level just to make sure that it gets done properly, or is there a time frame because there's a term limit for somebody? I don't know what it is. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. All I want to do is make sure that I make the best decision moving forward with mayor and council. And I'm going to probably have to agree that we're being forced to agree on something at a very limited time. And that's just kind of the way I feel, because I don't think we've gotten enough detail out of this, the main document, that supports the agreement with the state and the city. So I'm not sure if I could, go forward with, I know, Gino, you've done a lot of work with this, but I think we need clarity with it as well.
If I may, Mayor, there have been a few questions asked in my direction. I'd like to address them before, or address them if I may. And thank you, Counselor, for referencing me. Mayor?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. A few things to answer Counselor Casey's questions. Sometimes lawyers are lawyers. And when you're painfully surviving contracts class in law school, both semesters, one of the contractual requirements is consideration, that there be an exchange of value. And so that language just gets inserted in a lot of agreements to say, we have consideration. We have an exchange of value to each other in a contract. Yes, that's antiquated. Yes, it's lawyerly. But we dot all I's and cross all T's, and that's not unusual language in contracts. That's the first issue. With regard to funding, we had many discussions regarding funding and trying to put numbers around. The first drafts that you were referencing that had numbers with them obviously don't match the draft that was negotiated at finished negotiated at 11:45 this morning and circulated to the entire council around 2 or 3 this afternoon. But there was many discussions about trying to put a number on there. And the reason numbers came out is because the design process for a water treatment plant, it's hard to put a number on it. And so you just say, we make available the necessary funds to accomplish this from the FEMA funds. That's where that ended up. Third, there is nothing in the contract that that forces the city's hands with its own contractors. The city is as a member at the table, or a joint participant in which the state is required to consult with us, is required to inform us. We still don't have all the expertise on our side when we're sitting at the table. So we will still have consultants like this Ulster Group, like myself as attorney, any other specialized attorneys you may need. And that's still within the appropriate uses of the FEMA funding that you do have. So that addresses that. With regard to time frame, I've been part of a governor's administration. Sometimes you have the attention of a governor. Sometimes you get an offer from a governor to help. And sometimes if that offer is not taken, or if there's a deadline on an offer, it's because there's many more municipalities in the state that need assistance, and their attention moves on. In my negotiations with the state, they've been very clear that this is a short-term offer, and that's why we moved heaven and earth over the last 6 days to negotiate an appropriate agreement for this transaction. But Mr. Anaya, City Manager Anaya, is absolutely right. The decision of whether or not to enter into this agreement and what the timing is up to this governing body. It's not up to me, and it's not up to anyone else. It's not up to the governor's office either. However, they've made clear their timelines, and there is a risk of them moving on or taking a different approach as they move forward. I think I've addressed all the concerns that are there, as I've expressed to the mayor and Mr. Anaya. With my experience, not only with municipalities, but having served in the governor's office as chief counsel to a governor, this is an agreement I feel comfortable with on behalf of the city. There are no guarantees, but there's a good agreement to get the best outcomes possible when you're working, when you have the attention of the agencies that were mentioned: environment, homeland security, and the attention of, I'm losing the last one, so I'm going to the bottom of the agreement because I don't want to leave anyone out. Homeland security and environment, I guess, was it. So I just wanted to answer those questions, and I did want to convey what I could from the negotiations so that the governing body understood the timeframes. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council, full council, if I could, the confidence that I have in the team and the support of our partners is strong. Mr. Howe is sitting to my right. Ms. Sulcer's on the screen and part of the discussion. And so I want to clarify and make it abundantly clear that I've heard the positive aspects and the work that's been provided, and believe that there's value associated with that, those agreements. That said, I also think there is high value with having an agreement with the full force of the state of New Mexico to help facilitate an expeditious evaluation, plan, design, construct, and operation facet for the water treatment plant. Mr. Mayor, Council, Madam Councilor Casey, I understand your perspective and adhere to it, that there's a lot of legalese documents or information in this agreement. But the corpus of the agreement, I would say, is very fundamental and fairly straightforward. And that is, within the scope of the work, delineates the scope being the water treatment facility and the design, construct, operation, implementation of that facility and the temporary facility. And Mr. Zamora, Lucas, Caleb, the team, the mayor, can tell you that I was explicit in my requests associated with clarity for that piece, because that is fundamentally the root of the whole agreement. It is that we engage in a relationship with the state to bring their full force and credit to help us implement a water system and side by side. And those are the fundamental assets. I concur. A lot of language, a lot of legalese, but I would say this: the scope is clear. The scope is clear and the intent is clear. But at the end of the day, going back to what you said, Councilor Martinez, as well as you, Councilor Casey, and what may be said by other councilors, it's ultimately up to you.
Councilor Montoya.
Thank you very much. So I want to back up way back. So I'd like to ask Mr. Anaya if Mr. Martinez could deliberate on where we're at with the plan and design and permits and so forth, and if we have any commitments outstanding to any engineers or consultants.
No, sir. All of the past PERs that were being conducted were never finalized. They were put on a hold. And based on that, production of those PERs were in final draft before finalization, and all of them have already been paid out.
Well, who put those on hold?
That was at the directive of the last city manager.
And did he give a specific reason why?
No. That was all based off of what was taking place, I guess, with the last utilities director at the time, and the moving forward with the water treatment plants, PER, and the other three projects that were associated with it.
And how long ago was that?
That was over a year ago.
A year ago?
June, trying to figure March, April, around April, May.
So you're saying that there was nothing being done on plan and design since a year ago?
As far as I know, whatever happened with, between the city manager and other consultants, I'm not aware of any of that.
Okay. And we have no commitments?
As far as I know, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finance Director, Mr. City Manager, if you don't mind asking me a question. Mr. Finance Director, have you seen this MOU, this agreement with the state?
Mayor, Council, I've seen the first draft. I haven't seen any of the subsequent revisions.
Thank you. But your signature should be on there, right? On the back
correct.
page?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Martinez, that was it. You know, Mr. Mayor and Council, I too have a dilemma on approving this contract tonight too. And I'm not saying that I'm not in favor of it, I'm just saying that I received this copy fresh off the press, I guess, at 5:30 today. And that's how come I asked the clerk if that was met the Open Meetings Act. Because normally, practice has been that anything that is on the agenda, we have the attached documentation attached to it in our packet, delivered to us on Fridays before the Wednesday. And we had nothing. I didn't have anything. I don't know if anybody else had anything. But I haven't had a chance to read it. I really haven't. I got here and I just glanced through it, but I don't know what changes have been made or not. But I am going to go through the red line one that I received, and that one again was delivered by our chief of police to my house on, I believe, that was on Monday, 4:30 p.m., something like that. So again, I don't know about these deadlines, but It's beyond me that, you know, here we are at the last hour. I know a lot of people have done a lot of work, and I thank the state for being willing to do this, to partnership with the city of Las Vegas. Because otherwise, I don't know when it would get done, to tell the truth. But the state was here with us in this room, in a round table, and all agencies were here when this crisis happened. They supported us, and the governor said, whatever you guys need, I'm here for you. And I appreciate that. But to have all her agencies here in Las Vegas is probably a monumental thing. I don't think they've ever taken them anywhere in the state. I'm going to go off the red and black documents that you gave us on Monday. And on Exhibit A, I'm going to say that on your first paragraph, for the purpose of it, I would say that the water treatment facility and permanent new water plant, new, needs to be installed there, okay? And then on the letter A, on the $98 million, I got for the first time, before the governor came, from the mayor, the MOU between FEMA and the city of Las Vegas, signed by the mayor. And on that MOU, it did not mention anything about any interest earnings that the city would receive on any of that funding, or what they could do or do not do with it. So to me, I don't know who or who's saying that all the interest that we've accrued, that is part of the 98 million. And I disagree with that. And I don't know if that's a question for the attorney or what. But I'm going to point out these things and hope somebody's taking down notes, because this contract, these items need to be addressed with this contract. Okay? My understanding was that the interest could be used for any other things that the city was requiring to upgrade the system. Okay? Now, on the same Exhibit A, I would also include, again, a new water treatment facility. And then I would also include an additional storage tanks, because the city is in need of storage tanks, like I mentioned earlier, on the west side and also on the north end of town for growth, future growth. And another consideration that needs to be on here is a secondary reservoir at the Montezuma Skating Pond for emergencies, should we have another disaster like this. Now, after this is done, you know, my question would also be, who's responsible for the future compliance of good quality water? Will the city be responsible or the state? Who's going to be responsible for those fines in the future? On
Councilor, we lost, Gino, did we lose complete YouTube?
I understand that one.
I'm
here, Mayor.
Okay, sorry.
Are you,
Yeah, we lost you on the screen, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We have that problem all the time. Anyway, so including additional water storages, and then also at that meeting at Highlands University with the governor and her staff, you know, she said she could do this in a year and a half. And I don't see that here on this contract. And if that's the case, well, let's get it done in a year and a half. But it should be included in the contract. Another thing that I haven't seen on this contract, on the red and black one, is how much will be spent on administrative costs? And where are those costs coming from? Whether it's the state or the city. And my understanding is these funds of the 98 million are not supposed to be used for salaries, but for projects and for the water system. That's what the MOU said. So who's going to cover that expense? On the last page on the agreement, the parties agreed to establish a joint work group composed of representatives from DOE, SEM, DFA, and the city. I would include under the city of Las Vegas. We're not just any city. Include the city of Las Vegas on that paragraph. Now, I understand that this document, for some reason or another, was supposed to be something that was going to get done overnight. And I applaud you all for working hard on it. But again, I don't think that this council should be used as a rubber stamp. I think we ought to know what's in the whole contract itself. Another thing that was mentioned up at that meeting was that I guess that there would be, this would also include a regional water plan, which I disagree with. The city of Las Vegas does not have the water capacity to do a regional water plan or regional water system. Because we don't know what's coming down from the Gainas River next year, 20 years from now. We don't know what kind of water's coming and so forth. And another item that I thought about was that, you know, when this dream plant is built, I mean, we don't want it designed for 30 employees because our budget cannot sustain 30 employees. Much less, we're having a hard time hiring plant people that are certified to begin with. So nowhere in this contract does it show who's going to be paying for the training of the employees, existing or new employees, to run this plant. And that should be part of this, I think. So these are just things that I've thought about, that I've looked over, that haven't been included, and that, you know, hopefully they'll come out on a new revision. And to my understanding, this contract is already okay with the state.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Montoya, this agreement is okay from the governor's perspective based on the people contained in the agreement. That's accurate, right? I don't see him on anymore, but that's correct.
And then one last thing, you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, somewhere along the line, it said that you must meet once a week.
Within the scope of work,
Yeah.
there is a provision to meet once a month, I believe is the specific item that was articulated.
Shall meet.
A minimum
Yeah.
of once a month.
Yeah, and I would say that should be a must meet. If this is urgent, and if we want to get it done, people got to be accountable and people got to be there.
It says, this group shall meet regularly at least, it says shall.
Shall.
Regularly, so
And I'm saying-
shall, must.
And I'm saying it shall read must.
Okay.
You know, if we're going to do things, let's do them.
Must.
But in closing, you know, I really appreciate, Mr. Anaya, the process and the explanation and getting your staff involved and being able to answer all the questions that we have. And I'm sure we have plenty of more questions. I mean, once we read this document, we need to have a meeting with you. I would request, or I would say that, you know, I think that if this item is tabled, that we'd have an emergency meeting to address it within the time period of the Open Meetings Act. for advertisement purposes, and then come back and hopefully all our questions have been answered by then. And anything that needs to be included on here could be included, and double check it with the state. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Casey?
Just to follow up very quickly, I did not receive the Monday document, so I didn't get a red-lined one that was given, was distributed on Monday. And it's my understanding that it was placed in my mailbox, which is not a legal thing to do. And so if items are going to be delivered to my home, they need to be placed between the screen door and the front door instead of in the mailbox. I think probably what happened is the mailman probably saw the envelope there and removed it because it didn't have a stamp or an address or anything on it. If it was just a plain envelope, which is what I'm understanding happened. So just a word of caution. And I agree with Councilor Montoya that we need more time. We can't be given something at the last minute and expected to vote on it without having had discussion, time to really look at it and ask questions in a meeting that is dedicated solely to this, rather than adding it to an agenda of a full meeting that we already have, and then we're here till midnight or whatever. That's not a good thing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager?
if I could, I take responsibility on the delivery or lack thereof associated with delivery, and will take archaic measures to make sure that you get what you need to get. I understand from your conversation you and I had previous to the meeting that you've had some technology challenges associated with emails connected to city government as one piece. But I take responsibility for that and will use archaic measures to assure everyone gets everything as they should in a timely manner. We did utilize technology in addition to hand delivery, but that didn't work. So I take responsibility for that.
Email to my personal email works fine.
Yeah.
Nothing with Google, nothing with anything else works in my home. And I was told by a computer expert that because my home is Adobe, it will not receive anything other than just, regular stuff. Nothing Google, nothing with all those fancy other new programs or whatever they are. But I can get Google someplace else, but not at home.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Casey and all the council, rest assured I'll fix that. And rest assured, relative to the questions you raised, we have some responses that I believe we can provide, but I think just listening to the feedback, those are going to be better served articulated in writing to clearly define each one, which we will do. We do have some specific feedback relative to what you said on interest and allowable use connected to federal law, and we will provide those citations to clarify that. And so I apologize for the conveyance of the information and those facts that you noted, and will provide the backup requests and documentation if it's deemed tabled and moved to another day, so that you're able to clearly see, absorb, and then be able to be in a position to effectively take action. And so I'll just leave it at that, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, I think the intent was good. I think we made every effort after every edit. I mean, I know there was a lot of ongoing back and forth. And it wasn't just, you with our own legal, it was going back to the legal of the state and them having their input. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was requested by you and the city team that never made it into these documents. So I think you made every effort to try to get the most updated, and it just so happenly, I mean, I know you received it at 1, but probably didn't get a chance to review it till maybe 3, and by the time you printed everything was, time for the meeting, so, yes, I agree, but I think that you did your best part in trying to keep us all updated as the changes happened. But again, it's the will of the governing body, how we proceed here. I think every question that I know each one of you probably has, I think we had it, not only I had, the manager had, the team had, but also others, had those questions. And to the most part, under my understanding, I think most of that is in language now that assures that the 98 million just isn't up for grabs. It has to be specifically only to the water treatment plant. And again, the big part and the whole part of this MOU is to make sure that, we get the assistance and the help that we need to speed things up. As, as was mentioned, I think we're all on the same page. We want this done quick. Working in partnership with the state, with an MOU, I think frees up some of those red tapes that sometimes we get stuck in, because now we can't say, well, we're waiting for you and they're waiting for us. Now they're at the table right when, some of these permitting things happen. So I think there was, good intent through all of this that was brought forth tonight. There was no malintent or nothing malicious presented. It took a lot of time, back and forth with, Gino and the legal from the state. So, there was, I think every best effort was made.
Mr. Mayor, if I could add, I am willing to do page by page individually with each counselor, if that's what you would like associated with your perspective. What I would add, though, is I am cognizant of the requirements under the law associated with not getting into situations of rolling quorums or any of that business, but I would be willing to have my team available if there's a desire individually to go through it page by page to get your questions raised, understanding that there's going to be diverse perspectives and diverse questions, and that ultimately that piece would need to be vetted amongst the council. Did I articulate that correctly, Mr. Zamora? Would you add anything to that?
No, I think the one-on-one meetings, or even meetings with 2 at a time are fine, just so long as you're not passing the information between the meetings and you're not serving as a conduit to conduct a rolling quorum. But you can meet one-on-one or one with 2 to explain the contents, to collect the questions, so that the city team can deal with the questions.
And Mr. Zamora, Mr. Mayor, if I could, Mr. Zamora, could you be available to be part of that dialogue, given the legal ramifications of the agreement?
If we schedule, the short answer is yes, I will. The longer answer is, we all deal with timeframes. I'm on this call from a hotel room in Roswell in the middle of 4 days of union negotiations in Roswell, and I'm booked all day tomorrow and all day the next. That said, I will create pockets throughout those days to assist. I do want to give the heads up that although I'm incredibly dedicated to the city of Las Vegas, I have traveled with my wife the entirety of next week. And I may try and create pockets there, but that might be the end of my life when I do.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Zamora.
Councilman Montoya.
Mr. City Manager, I think the word must be is too strong, so it should probably be shall. Shall.
Duly noted,
Thank
Councilman Montoya.
Mr. Mayor, would it be more appropriate to have like a working session on this, or? I don't know, I'm just,
So a special meeting requires 72 hours, so let's say we were to, you guys need time, the soonest we would have it is Monday, I believe, Ms. Cassandra?
Do you have enough time to review with each counselor
Yeah, I
at
don't
that
know.
time? And tomorrow's a holiday, so.
I believe that what Counselor Martinez means is to have a work session or discussion, and we can all discuss together and hear each other's concerns or whatever and get response from Mr. Zamora and Mr. Anaya. And then we can move forward after that to have a special meeting.
And also, Gino, you have to, whatever changes or recommendation, you'd have to work with the state, right?
That's right.
Mr. Mayor, I like that suggestion because that alleviates the need to deal with scheduling and a broader, more conflict associated with trying to figure out and map that out. If there's concurrence from the council and the mayor to have a working session where we can have the appropriate parties scheduled and present to address questions as they arise, that would be preferable. So I would support that, and I think it might expedite as the process, if that's the will of the mayor and the council.
Table this item until such time as we have a final draft so that we can have a work session and that the city manager and the mayor work out a time, an appropriate time for the work session. And that after the work session, we work with the city clerk to determine a time that is appropriate according to the Open Meetings Act to meet and vote on whether we accept the agreement or not.
Mr. Mayor,
Motion by Counselor Casey.
I think that the table in motion needs a date and time.
I said until such time as we get a new
No, but
finalized
a
copy.
Date and a time.
I think, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Casey, I think Councilor Martinez, Councilor Montoya is correct, but I'll defer to council. Mr. Zamora?
There's not a requirement under the Open Meetings Act for tabling to a specific time. I think what you can do is just, again, table to a special meeting being called, a work session is technically a special meeting under the Open Meetings Act. So you can table it to a special meeting to be scheduled. And if it makes you feel more comfortable, you can give it a time frame.
Thank you.
I will let you know that I will not be back in state until June 30th. Given the 72-hour requirement.
My concern is I don't want to get a copy that's not the final copy to discuss. If we're going to discuss and have a special meeting or a work session or whatever you want to call it, I want to make sure that it is the finalized copy that the attorney, Mr. Zamora, has reviewed, that the state has reviewed, and that Mr. Anaya has reviewed prior to bringing it to the council for discussion. That's what I would like.
So your motion is to table until,
Such time as a finalized copy is ready to be distributed to the council for review.
is that fair, is that specific enough?
Second, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second by Counselor Montoya. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Livari?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Montoya. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, moving on to our next item. Request approval of the cooperative marketing agreement between the City of Las Vegas and the New Mexico Tourism Department for the purpose of a grant acceptance in the amount of $123,742. We have our Community Development Director, Mr. Lucas Marquez.
Mayor, Council, Mr. City Manager, it's the annual or it's the fiscal year 2026 New Mexico True Grant that we applied for. We were granted, let me get to it, 120, it's actually a total of $185,613, but our part would be $61,871 that we'd be paying. The first payment would be due on July 10th. And it's in the amount of, if I could get to it real quick here. The first amount would be on July 10th, and it would be a total of $30,935.50. And our second one would be on December 2nd, $30,935.50. I've already spoken with our finance director, Mr. Morris Madrid. We do have the monies saved for it or ready for it. So it's one of our typical grants.
Counselor?
Move that we approve the cooperative marketing agreement, City of Las Vegas and the New Mexico Tourism Department.
A motion by Councilman Montoya, second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Moving on to our next item, request approval to award request for proposal 2025-29 for assessment and monitoring services for the disaster debris and hazard tree removal to GMC Goodwin Mills CA Wood and enter into contract. We have our Water Director, Mr. Travis Martinez.
Mayor, Council, I'm just gonna read the scope of work for this RFP to give you guys a good peace of mind of what it entails. And for this, scope of work for this contract is to secure services for experienced monitoring consultant who is capable and effectively overseeing and monitoring the removal of large volumes of disaster-generated debris from large areas in timely and cost-effective manner to ensure lawful disposal of the debris. The consultant must be capable of assembling, directing, and managing a workforce that can complete the debris monitoring operations in an effective manner. The selected consultant will be expected to meet any necessary deadlines related to data reporting and ensure accuracy of tracking debris volumes in a timely manner that is directed by the city. The consultant personnel must be familiar with debris removal eligibility criteria outlined in FEMA Public Assistance Debris Monitoring Guide and Program and Policy Guide, PAPPG. The consultant must be knowledgeable in the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, and other applicable regulation guidelines and operating policies. The successful consultant will support the city during disaster recovery efforts and is responsible for all aspects of the debris monitoring process. The consultant will coordinate with the disaster debris removal contractors and ensure that the city ensures compliance, soundly managed, organized, and well-documented approach to debris collection and disposal with FEMA guidelines. And that section leads into the next item that's coming up.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so who else bid on this proposal?
Had to make the book just for you, Mr. Montoya. I got the Debris Tech and GMC Goodwin Mills.
Okay, and this company is from where, the one that got it?
GMC, they are from, give me 1 minute real quick. Well, they are nationwide. They have offices anywhere from South Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee. They're nationwide.
And one last question is, how much do you think you're estimating that we'll spend on this?
So the way that this is drawn up, it's gonna be very hard to tell because each disaster that could potentially happen is always different.
Okay, so this RFP can be used for cleaning up the Gainas River between Mills and Independence?
So basically, let me go back over here again, just real quick.
And just for clarification, this is for monitoring services?
So.
The one later on will be for the debris cleanup. So
No,
if I can touch up upon kind of what
Go
this
ahead.
is. So basically through FEMA requirements, you'll see in the next proposals where we have 4 contractors, there's a way of accounting, and this is for, accounting and tracking purposes on debris. So basically, this monitoring company will make sure that, so FEMA pays out vegetation, rock, boulder, et cetera, on debris. So this monitoring company is basically like a third-party, non-biased, basically site person, making sure that when they're cleaning up the debris, that they're not, taking vegetation and building for boulder and rock, which FEMA pays more for per,
That's why I say it could be used along the Gainas River.
the monitoring service.
Hold on real quick.
They have a certified arborist also, which is good, so they're not gonna just be chopping down whatever tree they see.
So it's monitoring and removing large volumes of disaster-generated debris. So that could be used anywhere there's a cascading event.
They don't actually do the physical work, they're just monitors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, they're the ones that do the assessments.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of the RFP 2025-29 for assessment and monitoring services for disaster debris and hazard tree removal to GMC Goodwin Mills Kaywood and enter into contract.
Motion by Councilor Casey, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Ulivari?
Yes, sir.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries. Our next item is request approval to award RFP 2025-30. This is for debris removal services for disaster debris and hazard tree removal to Northeastern Construction, Cordova Contracting and Development LLC, Southwest Contracting and Associates LLC, and DRC Emergency Services. Mr. Martinez.
Mayor, council, so I'll read the scope of work for, for this one, just so that way you guys can see. This one is to establish one or more contractors for disaster debris removal, reduction, disposal, and other emergency cleanup services following the disaster events. The city of Las Vegas is, from qualified respondents with sufficient experience in specializing management from disaster response and recovery operations from debris removal services and preparation, response, and recovering phases of any emergency disaster. The qualified respondents must have the capability and capacity and ability to rapidly mobilize and respond to potential wide-scale debris volumes as generated by flood, fire, mudslides, or other natural disasters, as well as localized small-scale volumes as needed. Removal operations must begin within 24 hours of receiving a notice to proceed and function at 100% capacity within 5 days. These services will not be authorized until such time as a notice to proceed has been issued, typically in response to a natural or human-caused disaster. Services shall include, but are not limited to, emergency road clearance, right-of-way, public property debris removal, hazardous stump tree and hanging limb removal, private property debris removal or demolition, temporary debris staging and reduction, site operations, debris reduction, grinding, processing, debris disposal, recycling, hazard or toxic waste removal and disposal, and reservoir, waterway, stream, creek, river, ash, sediment, and debris removal. And the reason that all the contractors that we are asking for to contract with was based on the assessment that could be done, potentially be done. As it goes, we're not aware right now until we get into contract and we go from there, moving on the scope of work of how much work is gonna be conducted. And we didn't wanna throw everything just on one or two contractors and making them, spread them thin to where they can't complete the work, cause they still have another project that's lined up, so we thought we'd move in within a range of all contractors that'll be on site, on call for when we are ready, and we're not bombarding just one or two contractors.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilor Casey?
Thank you. So, the total amounts on each, packet that we got for each contractor are very different.
Yes, ma'am.
And so are these going to be on a as-needed basis then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Everything will be on as needed.
Okay.
And as the way other contracts are done, everything is done on a task order based off of the contract, and the task order will not have an exceedance on it. Will have an do not exceed.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
I had a question real quick. So Travis, on these 4 review, at what point the bonding capacity, when does that come into, was that part of the RFP or did we have a minimum bonding capacity?
Yes. So basically, right now, it's an on-call services, just like all the other ones are. So if it does get into a large-scale project, they will have to pull a bonding out, which is part of the requirement. And they already know because they have their licenses as contractors to do this type of work.
What's that capacity right now? Or what's
Say that again?
that bonding right now, the requirement?
I'll have to go back and look at that. I don't have that on me right now.
Okay,
Wow.
the other part, and I didn't, response time, I think that's another big one.
4 hours of receiving the notice to proceed.
So within 24 hours.
Once they get the notice to proceed, they have 24 hours to respond.
So if we have something happen, we call them, they should be on the ground 24 hours.
Yes.
And all of them have that.
Majority of them are all local.
Councilor Montoya?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, who is DRC Emergency Services? Where are they from? Texas or
We're from Louisiana.
Louisiana?
I looked it up.
I know they've done work in Texas.
Or DRC, yes. Let me pull it up real quick. Give me one. So right now, the DRC emergency services that applied for the one here in Vegas are out of Texas.
Kansas.
Texas. Galveston, Texas?
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move that we approve the award of RFP 2025-30 for debris removal services and disaster debris and hazard tree removal for 5 different companies.
Thank you. A motion by Councilman Montoya, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilor Casey. Roll call.
Counselor Martinez?
Yes.
Counselor Olivari?
Yes.
Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Casey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
So Travis, next steps on that. You'll enter into contract with them, you'll have a better understanding on pricing or how, look, we do have big projects that we need to clean up. and we have
Yes, sir.
Funding for that.
Yes.
So what would be, so your timeline, I guess?
So, right now is, I know there's a bunch of work that needs to be done. Number one is, once we get everybody on contract, get the assessment people on board first, show them the work that we have to do, have them draw up the scope of work and all of that, and then based off of that, then we can move to the other one with the contractors and have them start the process of the construction. And at least with the monitoring services, from what I believe, is we can get a rough estimate of what that project's gonna cost.
All right.
And everything on this contract is based on the go-ahead of the city, so pretty much your go-ahead, boss man.
Mr. Mayor, our next item is request approval to award a renovation project for restoration of Carnegie Library roof, pillars, plaster walls, and ceiling to J3 Systems through a CAS contract. We have our Community Services Director, June Tafoya, and Mr.
This
Arnold
might be an easy.
Lopez.
Do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the renovation project for the restoration of Carnegie.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second by
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Martinez. Bichu. Discussion, seeing none, roll call.
I'm sorry, who was the second by?
Martinez. Maybe I went too fast.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya?
Yes.
Counselor Casey?
Yes.
Counselor Martinez? I have a motion by Counselor Casey, a second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Thank you all. Now we get our new room. Yes.
And our final business item is request approval of resolution number 2522. This is a resolution establishing reasonable notice of our city council meetings in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor and council, this comes to you once a year, and it's to be in compliance with our notice of our regular meetings as well as our boards and commissions and committees. And there were no changes other than there was, we added the Finance Committee to that list of our boards and commissions. So that is also subject to the Open Meetings Act. As we've talked about in the past, our other committees are not subject to OMA. However, Mayor and Council has given directives in the past that we are to follow meeting the 72-hour, putting the agenda on the website and such. So I'll stand for any questions on this and if there's any changes.
Mr. Mayor? I wanted to ask the mayor and the council to not stop the current item that's on the agenda, but I would request that you guys potentially, the council, the full council, have a discussion about a possible separation of the meeting between, instead of back-to-back weeks, provide some consideration. I know and I heard there was a lot of deliberation about it in previous meetings, but I do think from a fundamental structural level, it might help with preparation, with notice, with documentation even associated with meetings. I just offer that to the mayor and the council for consideration. We did have a conversation about it as staff, and I think it could be a healthy consideration by the mayor and council if you gave that some consideration. So I put that respectfully forward.
Mr. Mayor. You know, I would like to go out on the record saying, Mr. Anaya, that that's pretty smart management. I suggested that at the organizational meeting, that we change our meetings to the first and the third Wednesday of the month to break it up and allow boards and commissions and committees to be able to meet deadlines and also meet the deadlines to bring items before the clerk for the agenda items. Right now, we're pushing the button by having two straight meetings together, but I would be in favor of that. Mr. Mayor, I would go ahead and request, make a motion to approve the resolution number 2522 as presented by the city clerk.
Motion by Councilman Montoya, second by Councilman Martinez. Roll call.
Counselor Olivari? Counselor Montoya? Counselor Casey? Counselor Martinez? I have a motion by Counselor Montoya, second by Counselor Martinez. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion carries.
Councilman.
Yeah, I would like to note that this is the reason that some of us committees don't advertise every week or every time we have a meeting. It's because this is the advertisement for the year. So, for instance, the finance committee, we don't advertise and we don't spend money every time we're gonna have a meeting, because we follow on the Open Meetings Act, and we just advertised today for the whole year. Thank you.
Counselor, I think it was because the agenda, one of the times the agenda wasn't online.
Huh?
The agenda wasn't online, was one of the issues. You have to make sure the agenda is posted 72 hours. It was the agenda, not the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to our executive session, we have one item on there.
Mr. Manager, do we need that?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we do.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Casey, second. By Councilman Ulibarri. Meeting's adjourned.